Introduction to operations management, process planning, plant location, plant layout, and introduction to production planning. Now, in that, I have just segregated in that introduction what are the things we will be studying. I have segregated like this. This will be useful for your uh, when writing your examination. This will be useful only when you write your examination. So, what are we are going to talk about operations management, key concepts, operations management, and the role of operations management in business, challenges, again, what is called as supply chain, and strategies for effective operations management. So, when seeing about that in the introduction part, it is an act of winning war without actual fighting. Probably when you see this operations management, anybody, many people, you will be have experienced this particular concept which is called as operations management. When you ask somebody to work, when you ask somebody to work, definitely there is going to be an hindrance. When you ask
So can
somebody to work,
you
definitely
that
there is going to be an hindrance
video?
because of the culture, because of the nature, whatever it is. But why this particular definition has been given is we are going to accompany or we are going to get the work done from others, the basic management definition. Okay, so it is an act of winning the war without actual fighting. So I have given three different definitions right over here. It is scientific approach for problem solving, then art of giving it is art of giving bad answers to the problem without any kind of answers or any kind of hindrances you have. Then next will be importance or what is called as operation research. Operations management involves designing, controlling, improving process and system. A complete process where you are going to change over your traveling or logistics according to the will and wish of the company, right? Right. Here I have given the note here, that is operations management is the core organization ensuring efficiency and effectiveness in the production. Then next one, what we are going to see right over here is what are the key concepts of this operations research. Process planning, then capacity planning, inventory management, and quality management. These are the four concepts which we are going to see about operations management, right? So, can anybody answer for this process designing these four concepts? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Why we need
can
to
you
study
move
this
that?
four?
Sir,
Yeah.
sorry
Yes,
to
sir.
interrupt,
Please.
sir. Can you move this that overlapping slide that left to that icon? Left side, sir. Left
Yes,
side,
sir. One
totally
minute.
left side.
One minute. Now is it clear?
Becomes very small, sir. It becomes very small. You can put it in the same way, sir, but that only that icon we have moved to the left side so that
Yeah, yeah. Now, is it okay? I'll shift off this one because from my phone I'm
Not
just
getting
sharing.
the slide.
You're getting this right?
Not getting the slide.
no slide, sir. No slide.
Now you can see the slides.
No,
No.
sir.
No, sir. Yes, sir. Just that overlapping
Yeah,
menu
yeah.
you can move to the left, sir. Ah, that's enough, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
okay.
it's okay.
Yeah, when talking about operations management, why we need to study these four concepts: process designing, capacity planning, and inventory management, and the quality management. So, what is the necessity for that? My question is, we have started with the journey of operations management, and why we need to concentrate upon this? Can anybody answer?
To make the required product,
Sir, ultimately,
Can
sir,
you
where are you from?
can you repeat your question, sir?
process design is the planning to make the required product, whatever the planned it is.
Okay. Sir, where you are from? Which industry?
It is a liquor bottling industry.
Proper liquor industry.
Yes,
Okay, fine, fine, fine. Which brand, sir?
McDowell sir. Johnny
Yeah,
Walker.
fine, sir. Thank you, thank you. Sir, your good name?
Gopi Krishna.
Okay, from Kerala,
No, no, sir. Hyderabad.
Hyderabad. Okay, sir. One of the best example you are going to be the leading the team. Best example
Thank you.
to
Hope so. I
give
am
for
actually
operations
my
management
potential.
because the reason is from one place we are going to shift over. We have this particular liquor industry who has to get the permission for the ethanol, right?
Yes, sir.
Can
Correct.
you just because Gopi Krishna sir, can you just explain what is the concept because others can also understand
So for the
regarding
industry,
where you get ethanol from. No, I'll tell you the stages. Where you get ethanol from, where you are marketing your product.
actually, we are getting the spirit from the ethanol process plant. It is distilleries. In the
Okay.
distilleries, it is going to
How much
brew
kilometers,
the
sir? Answer this one. How much kilometers from your thing to ethanol industry?
From our bottling unit to ethanol industry, it is almost 400 kilometers. It is.
Okay, sir. Okay. At most 10 hours of journey in the
Yes,
inland of
sir.
India.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
10 hours of journey you require for that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So you require 10 hours of journey. So in that 10 hours of journey, definitely you would have experienced lot of troubles, right?
Yes, sir.
That is getting the ethanol from your ultimate product is drinks, right? Liquor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So definitely you will be having a lot of trouble while transporting your materials from raw material to the purchased one, right?
Sir, the screen is gone.
1 minute, sir. Today alone, kindly just adjust with me because I'm in out of town.
Or sir, if it is not a trouble, maybe yeah, you can take this class separately also. Maybe after
Yeah, I
our
have the problem, sir. Actually, next week only it was planned, but only
yeah, because
now
9 to
I'll
3 we have class. You can take 2 to 3 as an
Yes, sir.
extra class tomorrow or something like that.
Yes, sir.
yeah,
It is.
fine, sir. Fine, sir. No problem. No problem. Now we clear and audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now going about the process designing. The entire process, like Hari Krishna sir has said, that entire process is going to be designed from where he is going to get the raw material. That is 400 kilometers. From there, it has to reach, it has to be distilled or it has to be processed, and again, it has to be that is
Good.
bottled. Okay, and
Yes,
all of a sudden, he cannot get so much of materials for his ingredients. That is also there. Then inventory management. Inventory management. When it is coming to inventory management, definitely his godown or raw material processing alone requires certain percentage of inventory management alone requires certain process of maintaining the raw material from the vendor. Then he comes to the uh, manufacturing process.
and it has to be balanced with the production planning itself also.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you just experience? Can you just share your experience regarding this?
Yes, sir. It for getting the ethanol alcohol
No,
spirit
no,
it
with the
is.
kilometers, sir. With the kilometers.
Yes,
With
sir.
the kilometers
Actually, it
and
has.
what mode of transport? No, I'll ask you, Hari Krishna, sir. I'll ask
Yes,
you,
sir.
what is the mode of transport?
It is tank, and for the tankers booking, and as well as we have to get the
Okay, sir.
Gopi
Then
Krishna, you are not audible.
can you hear me?
Yeah, Yes,
No.
sir.
Share your experience, sir, from where you get the raw material with the
For
kilometer.
getting the excise approval for the. Yes. Hello.
And one more thing, sir. How do you get the license for this ethanol production?
Sir, from the ethanol, actually, we have the this one consent this one approval for this operations. That's why we are going to procure the ethanol from other plants.
Okay, sir. 1 minute. I'll just give a pause here. Whatever you write over in the particular paper. Just have a link with your particular industry so that you can explain it a lot. Yes, sir. You can continue. Hari, sir.
Sir, it is about 25 days prior. We have to start the plan. It is for the procurement. We have to get the excise approval from the supplier source, and then
Okay.
it is almost takes 2 days minimum travel time. And after procuring the material to location, my location also, we, after preparing the batch, whatever the required it is as per production plan, minimum for each brand, minimum 1 week to 10 days, it is the lead time, that it is called maturity time. It is also required in the process. It is later on we can able to bottle the product it is, and can be able to release the product. That's the process.
In between this, how many employees are employed?
Sir, we have almost 200 employees, workmen.
It's
It
a
is
small unit or it's a small unit?
small unit, sir. It is.
Okay. Okay, sir. Hyderabad, which part, sir?
Nacharam.
Sir?
Nacharam, sir.
Okay, okay. So I'll explain in the class. When Hari Krishna, sir, you're the senior manager. What
Yes, sir.
designation you are into, sir?
Maintenance manager, sir.
Okay, sir. You are a mechanical engineer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Now, when we talk about this operations management, each and every department, when it is concerned to MBA, when it is concerned to MBA, you have to have 5 departments into the concern. That is human resource, marketing, then you have your finance, operations, and your finance, right? So you have 5 departments into account. Now, when Hari Krishna sir told about maintenance, exclusively you people have to organize, that is from where we are getting the raw material, from where we are getting the raw material, and from where we are going to get the raw material on a cheaper basis. That is required, right? So
Yes, sir. It
from
is
there,
commercial department.
can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir. It is procurement
Now
department
it's
work.
a general class, sir. Kindly don't worry about the slides.
Yes,
I'll
sir. Yes,
just
sir. Yes,
share
sir.
the slides with you people, and only the problems are important. Each day by day, inch by inch, I will just give you the slides. Apart from this, you can ping me as many as you can, so that I'll teach you the sums also. Now, all these things which Hari Krishna sir has said about, okay, fine, it's everybody, everything is like word of mouth. You can just have this product is coming or raw material is coming from different location, and we are taking it and we are manufacturing it. But behind the scene, there is a lot of hindrance which are happening, because everybody would have experienced that one, right? Everybody would have experienced that. So as of right now, we'll take a practical example of Hari Krishna sir right now. That is, he is getting raw material from 400 kilometers ahead. He is bottling it and he is dispatching it. No, now one more thing. Whatever product he is dispatching, it is going to be circulated all over India. All over India. Now, in this unit, particular unit, we are going to talk about only about what is going to happen in operations management, how we are going to maintain that, right? So, I have given in the slides right now. You can just, I'll share you the slides in, everybody are there in operations research. Operations research group is there in WhatsApp. Everybody are there?
No, sir, we
No,
don't
sir.
know.
I think that is
No,
busy.
no, we haven't
No.
received the link.
Can somebody join with this?
Pardon, sir?
Can somebody join with this particular group? I'm displaying it right now. Can somebody join?
Kindly
Am I
display, sir.
audible?
Sir, kindly display, sir. It's not showing.
Yeah, yeah. 1 minute. Can you join the Can you join the group?
Which group, sir?
Your QR code is visible right now.
No, sir.
No, sir, nothing.
Sir Hari Krishna sir, can you text me in my personal number?
It is on mobile or laptop?
My number is 98947.
792293, right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can text me there. I'll just share you the screen link.
Number again, sir?
98947
Yes.
92293.
9.
2293.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Sambat sir.
26183. Whose number is 26183?
Sambat sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, 10 to 11, I think marketing only. Can I start, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, definitely. I'm sorry. I just shared all the QR codes regarding the problems. I'll teach you elaborately, maybe by next week. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Fine, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
I hope today the chat box is enabled, right? All of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So, fine. Yesterday, as we said, we can discuss the points by using the PPT. What was the last topic that we discussed yesterday? Anyone remember? Nobody is there.
Elements of marketing, sir. 4 Ps.
Okay, fine, no problem. I think the
Excuse me, may I know which subject is this?
ma'am, this is marketing.
Marketing management, right?
Yeah, marketing management. Okay, fine. So, can somebody tell whether these slides are moving according to yesterday? There was a technical
Yes,
issue.
sir.
Is there the slides are moving, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Moving, sir.
Yeah, fine. So I hope all these points we have covered yesterday. We'll go a little fast today because the time is also limited and we have to cover a lot of points. I think this is a slide we were discussing yesterday, right? Elements of marketing strategy and its environmental framework.
That's right, sir.
Yeah. So today what we will do, we will have a glance to this particular slide. Yeah. Somebody is talking, right? I can't see the chat box here. I'm in the slide presentation mode only.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Is it there for everyone or only for you? Others, can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please check your network, sir. Maybe from your end, some technical issue. Okay, fine. So this is the slide we were discussing yesterday. That is elements of marketing strategy. So what is marketing strategy? What is environment for marketing and all? We had a discussion yesterday. But as I said, we will have an extensive discussion here with respect to the elements of marketing and the different marketing environment. Okay, so these are the broader perspective of how marketing strategies are created. So we will be having a target consumers. Apart from that, 4 Ps will be there, and the 4 elements also we have discussed. That is whatever there in the yellow part. Then we had a discussion about the stakeholders. Okay, who are the stakeholders who will be associated with marketing? That will be coming in the other layer. That is marketing intermediaries, publics, competitors, suppliers. Apart from that, internal stakeholders, who are the internal stakeholders for companies or organizations, marketers,
Employees.
Employee,
employee.
a stakeholder, like
Yeah,
supplier.
internal part, suppliers will be coming from the outside environment, right? So for the
That's right, sir.
organization, internal, yeah, usually the employees as well as maybe the managers, all those people who are inside the organization, right? So all these people will be coming in the second outlet, maybe layer of this particular part. And last, you can find all the demographic profiles or other environment which are affecting the marketing strategy. So this is just to have a broader perspective of maybe marketing strategy. Okay, so all this maybe four piece of marketing, additional piece of marketing and all we will discuss. Okay, so I hope this part is clear. We will go a little maybe fast to cover the points. This is purely theoretical part, so we have to have the theoretical understanding to have the maybe problem solving, that to case studies and all. So hope this discussion is clear for everyone. Can you please
Yes, sir. Yes.
yeah, fine, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Fine. So here you can find there are n number of ways we can do the marketing or business, that is B2B, B2C. What do you mean by B2B? How many of you know about B2B?
Business to
Business
business.
to business.
Business to business.
Business to business, right? And B2C is business to
Business to
Consumer.
customer.
Customer.
Consumer.
customers, right? So
Customer.
consumers or business to customer and consumer. So what is the difference between customer and consumer? Somebody was using customer as well as consumer in the talk. Can I know what is the difference between customer and a consumer?
Customer may be the media person between the supplier to consumer. Consumer is the end user for
User.
the product.
Okay, exactly. So few might be having these doubts while I asking this question. Few might be had this come up with this particular doubt, that is the difference between the customer and a consumer. So always keep it in mind once you learn this particular subject. Also, if somebody asking, you should know what exactly the difference. Consumer is the end user, so he is the end user of that particular product, and customer is the person who is maybe who is between the supplier or the producer to the end user, that is consumer. So customer may be buying the products for selling again, he may not be using the product, okay, or he or she may not be using the product. So they will be acting like a mediator, right, between the consumer as well as the manufacturer. So here the marketing is having some differentiation, okay, with respect to these two types of maybe markets, that is industrial markets as well as consumer markets. So this is one area that is there in your syllabus. That is why I'm just not syllabus in the material. So that is why I'm just maybe discussing these points. So there are some basis of differences between B2B and B2C with respect to the dimensions, whatever is given here. So market characteristics you can find. Industrial markets, that is number of customers will be less. Okay.
Sir, we are on the same slide, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Others, is it the same or is it moving to the next slide for others?
No,
sir.
No.
No moving, sir.
Okay,
no, sir.
no problem. Yesterday the same issue happened. I don't know why it is so. 1 second.
Not seen, sir.
1 second. I will present the entire slide and maybe screen so that it will be fine, I hope. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
It is visible, sir.
This is visible, right? So if anyone is not able to see the slides and all, please let me know immediately. Okay. So these are the basis. So this is what we were discussing. There are some two types of markets which are given according to your material. That is B2B and B2C. So what is business to business? We had a discussion. What is business to customer or consumer? We had a discussion, right? Not customer, consumer. Okay. If it is customer, again, it will be coming in the B2B only. So business to consumer. So here, product characteristics you can find technically complicated, complexity, customized products will be there for business to business. Standardized product will be there because it is looking towards a major or a wider kind of maybe consumers. And service characteristics you can find service, timely delivery, availability are critical because handling business customers are very difficult. service, timely delivery are available, are somewhat important. Okay, they are giving important, but again, since it is covering large number of consumers, large number of people, they may not be giving much importance as like business customers. Then buyer behavior, you can find the buyer behavior will be little more complicated with respect to consumer markets. Industrial markets, again, the decisions are mainly made on rational performance basis, maybe the number of frequency basis, purchase basis, all these things. Okay, so this is just to have an understanding what is B2B industrial market, what is consumer markets, and marketing approach will be different in both the market. That is what we are the inferences that we should have after this particular discussion. Okay, so channel, more direct channel, multiple layer of intermediaries will be there for the consumer markets, and promotional things you can find for the industrial, maybe customers, industrial marketing part, industrial markets part. The promotional things are not important. They may be directly coding. Since you can think about your own business. Okay, if you are having a business and you are having a lot of maybe suppliers or wholesalers, so your promotional things won't be like advertisement in newspaper, advertisement in TV and all, right, or social media and all. You will be directly communicating. That only happening in the this point, that is promotional characteristics will be emphasizing on the personal selling base. But other part you can find consumer market part, it will be more on the advertisement. It may be social media or other platforms. Then price part, competitive bidding and negotiated prices will be there. You can also find wholesale price will be there, and even the price will be again reduced according to the competitors price and all. But list price or maximum retail price will be maybe charged from the consumers. So these are the basic differences with respect to the marketing approach in industrial markets and consumer market. So you have to have the inference, what is industrial market, what is consumer market. You can only think about that context. Okay, how the consumer or marketing will be different in each context. Okay, is that clear for everyone? B2B
Yes,
and
correct.
B2C.
Yes, sir.
Fine, fine. We'll go a little fast. Even if any of the points, if you want more clarity, please let me know. Okay. So this is one of the question where we can expect always, because functions of marketing. So this is the area that usually asked in the examination. Okay. So what are the functions of marketing? So you can find majorly there are three functions: exchange function, physical distribution functions, and facilitating function. So that only you can find here. Okay, ABC. An exchange function you can find buying and selling is a major function of marketing. Okay, I hope everybody will be able to maybe understand what exactly this exchange function is. That is, buying and selling is a major function of marketing. Second part, you can find transporting and storing will be there. Okay, what is transporting, what is storing, also you will be able to explain. That is transportation, moving of one maybe one set of products, or maybe products from one place to another place. That may be from the warehouse to the company to the consumer, or whatever. Okay, so how the products are maybe moving from one locations to the other location to make more convenience for the consumers. Okay, so that is what transportation part. Storing part, if you want to have extra good, okay, if you want to have extra storage of goods whatever you produced, that also should be managed. For that only inventory management, all those things. Okay, so we are not discussing that much in detail, but that is also coming under the scope of marketing, or scope of the functions of marketing. Okay, so warehousing of products, whenever the needs are arises, okay, you have to meet the needs by using the warehouse or by having the better warehousing system. Then facilitating function are the third major maybe head of the functions of marketing. As I said, exchange function is the first one, physical distribution function is the second one, third one facilitating function. So then here we can understand standardizing and grading will be there. That is, ensure that product offering meet the established quality, quantity control standards. You can find ISI, maybe that not ISI, this FSSI certification, and other certifications which are required for the products and all. Okay, so the standardization should be there. So there are some predetermined standards which are there for the products, like gold and all 916 is the quality standards. Like that, each and every product will be having some standardization that will be maintained by the marketing maybe team. Okay, so that is what. Then grading according to the types of or required quantity of fruits that may be graded. Sometimes it may be first grade quality, second grade quality, third grade quality requirement of the markets. According to the requirements, the marketers will be doing that. So that is also the function of marketing. Then financing, credit for channel members or consumers. Sometimes if it is for the B2B customers and all, we have to have the credit system. Even if you check for any of the or majority of the transactions of companies will be happening on credit basis, okay, not on the cash basis. That is also coming under the scope of marketing, because it is creating a better relationship with the consumers as well as the customers. Okay, risk taking, dealing with uncertainty about the customer purchasing resulting from the creation and marketing of goods and services, yeah, purchase in the future. That is study about the consumer demand, supply. Everything is associated with the risk. Okay, so everywhere the risk element is there. The marketers have to study about the particular risk and they have to bear the risk of the particular movement. Okay, whatever the exchange function as well as physical distribution part. Then securing marketing information. So as a marketing team, the marketing team have to have the function to collect the data, okay, to process for marketing analysis, marketing maybe study or market study, behavior study, consumer behavior study, demand prediction, all those things. Okay, so they have to have the data to study about the market. So these are the maybe three major heading of marketing functions. So some points only we had a discussion. The expansion of those points and elaboration of those maybe explanations also required while you are writing in the examination. But whenever you are getting this particular part, you have to have this heading, that is exchange function, physical distribution function, and a facilitating function. Under that, you can write all these 8 points. Okay, 8 points for the better clarity of the answer. Okay. So next, there are some maybe marketing concept you have to understand. That is market. What is market? What is needs and wants and demands? Okay. Then what is products and what is value and satisfaction? And exchange, transactions, and relationship. These keywords usually we'll be using in marketing as well as in business day-to-day terms. Okay, so this customer value part, customer maybe products. What is a product? What is the difference between needs and wants? Okay, all those things you can have an understanding. Okay, this is just to have a glance to the terms. It won't be coming like maybe the direct questions. No, it may be asked, but you have to have an understanding about all these terms. Okay, for the better understanding. So this is another area where you can expect. So I am not completely putting all the informations in the slide or not in the text, because we may not be able to discuss each and maybe lines, okay, in the textbook. Only the headings with maybe minimum explanation I'm doing. As I said, wherever you find difficulty to maybe digest the meaning, what you can do, you can go through it. Okay, you can go through it, and please let me know if you want to have any clarity on that part. So here, marketing process, this is also one of the frequently asked question in the examination and all. What are the process of marketing? So you can find there are 6 steps that you have to remember for this marketing process. First one is strategy formulation. Second, marketing planning. Third, marketing programming, allotting and budgeting. And marketing implementation, monitoring and auditing, analysis and research. So these are the 6 steps you have to follow in the marketing process. First one is strategy formulation. So here, what is strategy? We had a discussion yesterday, right? It is a broader term that too for a longer term, right? Longer time period. So a broad plan will be there in the marketer's head, okay, before they do any kind of marketing process. Okay, so development of the broadest marketing or business strategies with the longest term impact. This is what you have to keep as a keyword for strategy formulation. So once you have the strategy, then what you are doing, marketing planning you will be doing. Okay. So this marketing planning will be having a longer term plans. Okay, so this will be having a longer term impact, and which will have generally stronger impact than the short term plans. Okay, suppose if you want to introduce a product in the market, so this is not for one day or 1 week or 1 year. So what is your vision? You are having a vision to use the product or supply the product over maybe 10 years or 15 years in the same market. Okay, so your planning will be for longer time period. Once you have the plans, you will be having the programs, allocating and budgeting. So what is budgeting? Budgeting is the numerical representation of your plans. Okay, so you will be having the tentative income, tentative expenses, okay, cost, how much will be the variable cost, how much will be the fixed cost, whether the building is rented or not, whether the cost will be maybe matching according to the price of your product, all these things. Okay, all the programs, how will you do the marketing campaigns, okay, what kind of promotional things you will be doing, how you will allocate the resources including the human resources and the finance. Okay, all these things are the, okay, physical resources and maybe human resources also will be there. All those resources will be planned. Okay, this is what happening in the third. Okay, once you have this allocation and programming of maybe your process and budgeting of the plans, you will be going for the implementation, that is market implementation. Okay, their actual physical task of maybe your plans will be coming to picture, that is you are producing the product according to the plans. Okay, you had a new product that is implementing in the product or implementing in the market. This is what happening in the fourth stage, the actual task of getting the marketing job done. Okay, once you implement the product or implement the decision, what you have to do, you have to do the monitoring and auditing. That is the that is where you will be understanding whether things are going in the right direction or not. If it is not the, okay, how will you understand? You might be heard about audit before, right? So the auditing part will be helpful for you to understand whether it is in the right track or not. Okay, so accordingly you will understand the differences. If the differences are more, you will be you will need to have the corrective measures. Okay, so that will be taking place in the fifth stage. At last, you can find analysis and research, the deliberate and careful acquisition and examination of qualitative and as well as quantitative data. So, whatever you collected in the auditing part or in the monitoring part, that qualitative as well as quantitative informations will be processed in the last stage. Okay, there you will be understanding the deviations, you will be understanding the association or relationship or causes of such kind of profit or such kind of losses or such kind of failure of your maybe marketing process. Okay, so these 6 steps you have to remember, and each step you have to have some keywords. Okay, that keywords only we have given there. So from these keywords you should put some examples, you should create some real-time situations to explain that particular context. I hope this is clear for everyone. I have kept only the nutshell marketing process.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So whatever process we have discussed now, you can find all these things are not isolated. Okay, everything is having connection each other. That is, everything is integrated. Okay, you cannot have the analysis without maybe before going for the first step, that is strategy. You cannot form the strategy without connecting with the analysis. Okay, so like that you can find all the components are interconnected. Okay, so if sometime if you are getting a question or if you are thinking about a particular context where if you ask to write about the relationship among the marketing process components and all, you have to have this particular representation. Okay, diagrammatic or maybe representation of this particular association. So even the arrow mark, if you are making some mistakes, that is also right only because everything is connected to each other. Okay, so analysis and research is the basis. From that only, everywhere all the connections are, maybe all the things are connected to analysis and research. Okay, monitoring and auditing is a basis for analysis and research. That is the this direction, that is the down part we can find monitoring and auditing. We can find from that only analysis and research is coming. Okay, so that point you can remember if you are representing the relationship of marketing process. Okay, so this is just for your understanding, that is how the marketing process components are connected to each other. Okay, Fine. So can we move to the next? We have to run a little bit, then only we will be able to cover. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Yeah. So next we are seeing about the schematic of marketing process. This is nothing. Don't get maybe nervous by seeing the term like schematic and all. It is just like a graphical representation of marketing process. Okay. So this marketing process, you can just keep it in mind. If you ask to write about the schematic of marketing process, you have to have this structure. Okay. So there are some 3 levels you can find in that. It is starting with the marketing analysis. Okay, marketing analysis. In that 5 C's you can find. What are the 5 C's you can find here? Customers, company, competitors, collaborator, and context. Okay, so these are the 5 points you have to remember under the maybe marketing analysis part. So they will be considering the marketing analysis will be based on these 5 C's: customers, company, competitors, collaborator, and context. Next level you can find, once you done a marketing analysis on these 5 C's, you have to think about market segmentation, target market selection, product or service positioning. Okay, STP is the keyword you should remember there. Okay, STP, that is segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Okay, STP, that keyword you can remember, STP. Okay, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Okay, so what is segmentation, what is target market, and what is positioning, we'll discuss in the coming slide. So you just keep it in mind. Once you clear about the 5 C's, you will be uh, thinking about a segment where you have to do the business. In that segment, what kind of target people or target consumers you want to capture, that you'll be doing. Positioning is nothing, the communication of your things. Okay, how you want to communicate. This is what happening in the second level. Next level, as we discussed yesterday, the 4 P's of marketing will be coming: product, place, promotion, and pricing. Apart from that, additional 3 P's also we'll discuss today. Okay, that also you can write. Once you add this, customer acquisition is the next stage. That is, you are adding customers to the product or to your business. Okay, through that you will be earning the profit. So each level you can find. Creating value is the last level, and capturing value is coming in the four mix of marketing as well as pricing part, and sustaining value is coming in the marketing segmentation. Okay, so these are the basic maybe things you have to remember under the marketing process. So the marketing process can be explained in different way. If it is asked, you can ask either the previous 6 methods or 6 stages, or this one. Okay, both are fine only, both are right only. If it is specifically asked to write on schematic or schematic of marketing process, okay, you have to write this particular model. Okay, so this is a structure you have to remember for marketing process. Clear? See the segmentation, target, and positioning we will discuss in detail in the coming slide. Okay, that is why I'm not spending much time here. Is it clear for everyone?
Yes, sir. But why here customer acquisition given twice, sir? 2 times? Any reason for that?
No, no, no. That is just maybe in multiple. See here, product and services will be there. Place are there. Promotion is there. See in the graphically, it is just given like that. It is put together. It is coming. Okay, nothing like number of arrows is having not any connection or any other explanation. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Fine. So that's it with respect to the schematic of marketing process. And yesterday we had a discussion. What is marketing environment? So what is the keyword we have used for environment? Marketing environment. If somebody is asking you what is marketing environment, which keyword you will be using there?
Advertisement.
Sir, socio-cultural, political, something like that.
Yeah. Which keyword will be defining the term environment? So we had a discussion yesterday, right?
Policy.
Somebody remember? It is fine. No, it is. If it is not there, also fine, because
Micro and macro.
yeah, micro macro is there. The surrounding is the keyword. Okay, you should remember the surrounding. The marketing surrounding is the keyword which can be used in place of environment. Okay, the surrounding. So whenever we are doing the marketing, there are some surrounding elements that have to be considered. Okay, so all these 5 things are coming in the surrounding of the marketing. Okay, so that is surrounding environment or surrounding elements. Okay, so what are the keywords you should remember for competitive environment? Can you tell me? I didn't keep any points here. If you really want to have some maybe extra reading and all, you can have, but I will tell the points. What are the competitive environment? What are the things we have to see in the competitive environment?
Pricing,
Yeah,
Pricing of the
Pricing,
product in the market.
Price of the product, the
quality,
quality of the product.
quality,
yeah. Pricing of the product, right? Quality of the competitors, right? What kind of quality goods, where they have maybe done, which area they are doing the business, right? So what kind of customers they are having.
customers,
So
target
all the competitors, yeah, what kind of strategy they are following for marketing their product, what kind of strategy they are following for the communication of their product, or maybe the advertisement part, promotional techniques. So competitive environment. Suppose if you are having 20 marketing teams, okay, or competitors in a particular area, you won't be going that particular area, right? So you have to have a detailed study about your competitive, okay. So the competitive environment is one of the major area that you have to consider before you go for that particular marketing, okay. So all of you please have a uh, one second. Please have a maybe brainstorming on all these 5 points, so that we can have little more maybe interactive session, okay. So competitive environment, you can think about price, standardization, promotional strategy, then pricing strategy, competition strategy, or what kind of competitive strategy they are doing, what kind of technology they are adopting. All these keywords you can use for competitive environment, okay. Next is political and legal environment. Okay, suppose if you want to develop your or implement your product in a particular country, okay, you have to study about the political and legal environment. What is this political and legal environment? The political stability you have to see. Which government is maybe ruling that particular country you will be seeing, or in the state you will be seeing, right? What kind of legal maybe compliances they are asking. Some states, some extra requirements will be there. Some kind of business won't be taking place, right, in some of the areas due to some maybe political restrictions and all, right? So the compliances will be, requirements will be different. Then political stability also will be checked. Sometime always political war, right? Political issues are coming in a particular region, you won't be going to that particular area for your business, right? So then legal requirements. Suppose if you are having a multinational company operations, some country, you won't be able to do some business, right? Such cases you have to study all these things prior in notice, so that you can have these changes in your strategy, right? That is what coming in the political and regular environment. Economic environment is the third point. There you will be having some keywords like inflation, economic cycle, whether it is boom or maybe depression. All this economic cycle will be there. Don't go for any kind of new product. Sometimes it will be fine, but most of the cases depression time, if you are, that is depression time, if you are going with maybe high investment or all, the purchasing power of the people will be less, so that it will be affecting the maybe the business, right? So economic stability, economic indicators like GDP, right, feasibility of doing business, all these factors you have to write in the economic environment. Then technical environment is coming here. Technical maybe requirements in the particular business. Suppose if you are going with the business which you are planning to have the traditional mode of business, okay, traditional mode of manufacturing, but there is a latest technology which is there in the market, and you are not doing any kind of research over that, and it will be affecting your business as well as the product also, because customers want such kind of maybe products which are produced or processed through highly technological solutions. Such cases also you won't be able to do the proper marketing. So marketers have to study about the technological trend which are associated with your product as well as marketing, and also the advertisement part, promotional part, okay, all those areas also you can have, you can adopt the technology. Then last point is social cultural environment. Suppose if you are planning for some maybe non-veg kind of products, and you are planning to start the business in a completely vegetarian kind of people area or geographical area, it won't be having any kind of market there, right? Because you have to study about the social and cultural maybe factors or cultural environment in that particular locality. So you have to study about the cultural environment. Sometimes the value system may be against that. Sometimes the tradition of that particular area is to go for some kind of some other kind of methods and all, some kind of other kind of products and all. All those cases you won't be able to maybe implement your product in that particular area. So you have to study about the cultural factors, social factors, okay, whether they are very socially engaging people or not, whether they are kind of very orthodox or not. All these targeted maybe things will be studied on the targeted consumers. Okay, so in this way, all these 5 marketing environmental factors have to be studied. Okay, fine, clear? Any doubts, anyone? Hope it is fine.
All good, sir. All good, sir.
Yeah, fine. So next is the buyer behavior. So here we will be learning about what is buyer behavior. There are some models, determinants, okay, that is factors, then consumer decision making process, and marketing implementation of behavior. Okay, so this is the first keyword that you have to remember under this particular lesson. That is, what is consumer behavior? Okay, everybody is using the term consumer behavior or buyer behavior. Okay, so here, what is buyer behavior? Consumer is a process through which the ultimate buyer makes purchase decisions. Okay, so buyer behavior is a process through which the ultimate buyer makes purchase decision. Okay, so there are some definitions which is also given there. I suggest you to go for the second definition, the decision process and physical activity. There is a physical activity, right? Because moving of goods and services, okay, from one person to another person, even though service is not maybe there, again, there it is more on the physical part or the product part, not on the service part. Okay, individual engage in when evaluating, acquiring, using, or disposing of goods and services. Okay, both are there. So if somebody asks you regarding the buyer behavior or consumer behavior, you have to have these keywords. Okay, it is a process through which the ultimate buyer makes a purchase decision. So with that, you can start and you can elaborate it. Okay, so what is buyer behavior? It is a process through which the ultimate buyer makes the purchase decision. Okay, so process of buying or getting the or having the purchase decision only coming under the term called buyer behavior. Okay, so there are some determinants, that is factors which are affecting the buyer behavior. These 3 factors you can remember. Okay, I have just put some maybe points there, you can have more points. Okay, why and what are the things which will be affecting your buying? Okay, suppose you are a buyer. Okay, so what are the factors which will be affecting the buyers? Tell me first, what are the factors which are affecting consumer behavior? Cultural influence you can find here, group influence you can find here, family influence you can find here. Okay, so I hope you will be able to develop this maybe sub elements by taking you as an example in that. Because cultural influence, suppose if I am buying some products, okay, the cultural effect will be there. If I am if the value system, beliefs, preference, taste, all these things will be affected by our maybe culture. Okay, so if you are having such kind of things, suppose if you are implementing some or you are producing some western dress, okay, western kind of dress, okay, for a particular locality, but that locality is not having a culture to wear the western dress, and I will not be accepting that also, and you cannot do that particular behavior, right? So you cannot implement that particular product only in that particular site. So the buyer behavior is highly influenced, okay, highly influenced to buy something. Okay, to buy something, only the person who is having the culture of maybe wearing the cultural dress will be trying that at least. Okay, so suppose if they are not accepting at all, they won't be going for that particular product, right? So that is the first one, cultural influences. Second, group influence. Suppose if I'm working in a group, or suppose if I'm working in an organization where everybody is wearing branded products, okay, branded clothes, branded maybe shoes and all, right? I may also compel to wear such kind of brands or such kind of cloth, because the group is having an influence over my purchase decision. Okay, so apart from that, if I am a fan of maybe Virat Kohli, okay, Virat Kohli is my favorite cricket player. In that case, if he is using some products, if he is using Nike or Adidas, whatever products or whatever brands, it may also have some effect on my purchase decision, right? Suppose if I am very good fan of that particular maybe role model, I may be following the brands, whatever he is following. Okay, like that, group influence also will be there for the purchase decision. And last, family influence. Suppose if the family is consisting, maybe the kids may be insisting more on the purchasing of maybe things, right? Or apart from that, husband wife maybe relationship also important. Sometimes husband will be the dominant person who is taking decision on purchasing. Sometimes wife will be the dominant person who is deciding the purchase decision. Sometimes they may be mutually deciding to purchase something. All this trend and pattern will be having an effect on the value of purchase. Okay, so those who are into family, they may be understanding, and whoever is the maybe the dominating person for purchasing, accordingly the value also may be varying. The type and quantity and quality of things also will be varying. Okay, there is no prejudice, but it is like that. It is depending on the discussions and pattern of their buying. Okay, so these three factors you have to remember, determinants you have to remember, which is deciding the consumer buying behavior. Okay, is it clear? Three parts. Apart from that, you can find all these maybe internal personal factors or interpersonal factors also will be affecting the buying behavior of that particular consumer. Okay, that is unique needs, motives, perceptions, attitude, learning, self concept. Apart from that, n number of maybe points are there. I hope everybody is there, right? Yeah. Fine. Okay, okay. I'm not seeing this chat box. Okay, that's why I came back. Fine. So this is also one of the important topic in this particular maybe unit, that is consumer decision process. Okay. So this process you have to remember, that is 5 steps are the major steps. First one is problem recognition, that is need identification. Suppose I am a consumer. Okay, how my decision making process is taking place, what I discussing here. Okay, I have to understand my problem. Suppose I am not having a formal shoes. Okay, I understood that there is a need for, there is a problem with respect to the usage of that particular formal shoes. Okay, so I identified that there is a need. Okay, there is a need of buying a formal shoe. So that formal shoe buying can be affected by these two factors which you are seeing in the right side, that is interpersonal determinants and personal determinants. Okay, so I have some self concept, I have some learning, that is about, I have some understanding about the types of shoes which are available in the market. I have some attitude issues with respect to the positive attitude while using the shoes. Okay, perception, needs, and motives are there. So all these elements are inherent within me. Okay, so I know that these things will be affecting me. Apart from that, my colleagues are using maybe very branded kind of formal shoes. My family is also using such kind of branded shoes. Okay, my entire locality is also using such kind of branded shoes. All these things will be affecting my need. Okay, according to that pressure or within that pressure, I am deciding that I have to have this particular shoe. Okay, that is the need identification. So I identified that there is a need for buying a formal shoe. This is the first step. Second step, information search. I'll be searching in Amazon. I'll be searching in maybe Flipkart, right, about the products or which are available or where we can available that such kind of products. This is what happening in the information search. Okay, what kind of product, which element, which maybe brand. So once you done that, evaluation of alternative, that is you are having alternatives, that is multiple options are there to buy the same product or different products or different brands. So I am evaluating, that is I am systematically checking the price, I am systematically checking the reviews, everything I have done. Okay, that is happening in the third stage. Then once you evaluate the alternatives, you are making a purchase decision and action, that is you are buying that product. Okay, that is I am buying the product, I am buying the formal shoe. Okay, after checking the price, quality, review, everything in the market, that is purchase decision and action. So once I purchase, what I will do, I am having some perception, right? There are some review, there are some feedback, there are some review system and feedback which is there in the Amazon. So once I purchase, what I will do, post purchase evaluation. After the purchase, I will be checking whether it is serving the right quality, whether it is having the maybe usage according to the description, according to the feedback, according to the review. Okay, this is what happening in the post purchase evaluation. So once I have this particular post purchase evaluation, again that will be going to the problem need identification. That is post purchase evaluation will be based on the need, whether it is satisfied my need or not, whether it is creating complete utility for my need or not. Okay, so this is the consumer decision making process. Okay, this five steps you have to remember. Plus, during the problem recognition or need identification time, all these personal and interpersonal determinants or factors also you should need to remember or add. Okay, can we move?
So instead of problem recognition, can we say that requirement instead of that?
Requirement, see, even if you are writing in the examination time, if you are not getting the right keyword, okay, it is fine, but you have to have the explanation or you have to have the understanding or underlining the points. Okay, the keywords are important. Problem recognition, if you're not getting, is fine. Need identification also you can find. Okay, or utility identification or anything you can use, but again if you're using the right keyword, like whatever is given, it will be easy for you to get the attention of the evaluator. Okay, clear?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So your purchase decisions can be in two ways. There are a number of other models also. You can have this particular thought in your mind. That is, your purchase decision can be either thought based or feeling based. Can you tell me any other examples where you are having feeling based maybe purchasing? Examples are given here: jewelry, snacks. Apart from that, can you guess any products which you are buying as feeling based?
House.
Yeah, how sometimes you may not be having any logic, right? You may be spending like anything.
Sometimes the
Is that
investment
books?
investment
Sometimes you may be buying very
also
ancestors, maybe very 100 years old or maybe 200,
antique.
2000 year old, maybe ornaments or some products which may be used by kings and all. You may be spending like anything, like it is completely feeling based, right? Apart from that, anything else? Anyone?
Books?
Clothes, sir.
Yeah, gifts. Okay.
Paintings.
Yeah, paintings. Yeah, paintings. You may be spending like anything, right? It is completely, yeah, feeling based, right? So you can find some investment decisions, home maintenance products. You will be thinking the usage, right? Whether it will be serving the usage or not, whether it will be apt for the particular situation or place or house or not, right? So
Sir,
this
one
is what.
one product can be put into the both based, thought based and the feeling based.
Which one? Which one?
Sir, any product, if suppose jewelry, it can be on a thought based, it can be on a feeling based.
That only. Yeah, any products can be coming there, but according to the mindset of the buyer. Okay. So here the buyer decision making criteria only we are discussing. Sometimes some people will be buying something only because of the maybe purpose. Sometimes some people will be buying something, maybe the same product with the other maybe feeling based also will be coming. So depending on the maybe the usage. Okay, the usage only coming here. That is why purchasing decision can be driven by any of this. It can be the same product in the any of the context, but how we are giving the justification is important. Okay, you are right only, sir.
It can be
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Someone in doubt?
Luxury items are usually feelings based price.
Fine. Fine. So this is something which is some theoretical maybe area only. So the study of consumer is very exciting. That is how consumer behavior and strategy development is associated. I hope everybody will be agreeing to this particular statement. That is all the strategy development or each and every strategy development of a particular company or particular organization will be highly correlated with the consumer behavior. Okay, you cannot have any strategies without considering the consumer behavior study. Okay, you cannot have the strategies without considering the consumer behavior element. Okay, if you are doing like that, it will be a utter waste. Okay, so That's what you have to remember. So if you remember in the previous maybe part, we had a discussion about the market segmentation, targeting, and positioning, right? So these three, I think somebody turn on the mic. Can you please turn off the mic? Fine. So here you can find there are three elements: market segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Can anyone tell some keywords for segmentation? Only the keywords. Okay. What do you mean by segmentation? Different segments.
Demographics, sir.
Gender.
Age-based.
Premium, economical, and
Gender.
Gender
Yeah.
based, right? Economical or
popular.
economy based, geographical
Popular.
based, right?
Income-based.
Yes.
Yeah. So there are some basis of segmentation. Segmentation is something where grouping of things is coming, right? Some grouping is coming, some common elements will be considered. Fine. Then what is this targeting? What do you mean by targeting in consumer marketing or
Customizing.
maybe
Customers oriented.
Targeting
customizing?
the
Yes,
customer
exactly.
to buy their product.
Yeah. Can you give any example of targeting any product?
Maybe grouping the customers based on age,
Have you
gender, or
noticed about the newspapers? Is there any targeting of any newspapers to a targeted people or a particular set of people?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Huh. Apart from that,
Single.
there are some maybe magazines which may be targeting a particular group of people, right? There are some newspapers, political views will be there. Some group of political views will be there in a particular newspaper, right? So they will be targeting such political people only, like that. So n number of examples we can keep for segmentation as well as targeting, right? Then positioning. Have you heard about positioning before? What is positioning?
Retention in the mind.
How we
Mind
introduce
retention.
our product to the consumer, like how we are
How will you
introduce our product to the consumers, like in
Yeah,
the right
how will
way.
you introduce the product? How will you communicate the product? How will you place the product in the mind of consumers, right? So this is what we required. Okay, we have to have the mind mapping about the concept of marketing. Okay, so before we start the session, we have already done with the keywords, right? Positioning something which is communicating and placing of our brand name, right? Products in the mind of consumer. Okay, so these three things we'll discuss in detail here. So what is a segmentation? It's a buyer group having similar wants. Okay, buyer group having similar wants. Portion of the entire market where it covers the characteristics of the people who belongs to one set of group. Okay, suppose if you are planning to implement a product in India. Okay, we are not implementing in India. We have to implement only in a particular place. So if you are implementing in a particular state, that is a geographical segmentation. You are segmenting in four places, or four places you want to implement. You have to find some places in south, north, west, east, all these areas. Okay, so according to the geographical area, you are finding four places, okay, to implement. So it is a group having similar behavior, that is market segmentation. Okay, it is the process of grouping buyers into different categories having common desires or needs. This is what segmentation. So why we need
Sir, what?
segmentation? Yeah,
So what is similar ones? The first line
similar,
it is a
sir. It is
similar ones
it,
means
the segmentation can be based on some criteria. Okay, if it is geographically segmented, as I said, I can use south zone, okay, north zone, or west zone. Okay, that entire similar area, that is south zone, representing that maybe states which are there in the south. That is geographical base segmentation. Suppose if you are segmenting on the base of age, okay, on the base of
right.
age or gender or any kind of basis will be there. That basis, once you get know, will understand what is a similar wants or similar kind of maybe category. Okay,
Right.
the basis once we discuss the basis, you will understand. Okay, so here why we do the segmentation, all these positive things you can find: effective marketing program, better assessment, better allocation, Okay, to have precise and definite market. All these points you can keep. These are the points you should remember why we are doing the segmentation. So what are the factors involved in market segmentation? You cannot do the segmentation for the entire country on entire state and all, because there are some basis. So companies resources, whether you are having the financial resources, whether you are having the human capacity, human resources, or material resources and all, that you have to see. Product homogeneity, that is, if you are having homogeneous kind of maybe products, okay, so whether it is satisfying or not, that you have to consider. These things I put extra, okay, factors. If you product life cycle stage, whether you are in, there are different stages of product: introduction, growth, maturity, decline, abandoning of a product and all. So I think this slide you can maybe skip in order to avoid the complication, because I kept some extra slides. This one is important. So what are the basis of market segmentation? So previously somebody asked regarding the common or maybe same type of maybe wants and needs. So here you can find demographic, geographic, psychographic, okay, then behavioral segmentation. So this is the basis, okay, this is the basis of grouping of wants, okay, grouping of wants. So demographic, geographic only I had a discussion: region, climate, market density, market size. Okay, so these are the basis of geographic. Demographic, you can find age and lifestyle, gender, income, occupation, marital status, social class, family size, education level, religion. All these things are coming in the demographic. You can find, or you can focus only on one religion, okay, one set of educated people, okay, for your product. So if you're doing like that, if you're dividing your market like that, you can find that is a demographic segmentation. Okay, then psychographic is there. There are different lifestyle people will be there. Since you are if you are looking for a business in Bangalore, that for a dress, the lifestyle of the people in that particular locality is also important. Okay, values, beliefs, right? You cannot have, as I said, for the non-veg kind of restaurant in a veg populated area, right? It won't be working. So you will be segmenting that particular market or your products into an area which is highly density, maybe highly maybe populated by such kind of maybe segmentation basis. Okay, then benefit, user status, quantity, readiness, loyalty, attitude, all these things also will be the basis of your segmentation. Okay, so I hope all of you are clear about what is segmentation and what are the basis of segmentation. These keywords you can use, it may be asked in the examination. Okay, so it can be asked, it is one of the important topic in this particular unit. What are the basis of marketing segmentation? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So you can also find there are different levels of market segmentation. You can find this differentiation with examples. Mass marketing. Suppose if you are producing a product which is not having any kind of segmentation. Okay, you are producing a product, it can be used to anywhere, it can be used to any market, any places, without any geographical limit or without any kind of limit. That is mass marketing. Second, segment marketing, you can find it is different products to one or two segment. Okay, one or two segment. Okay, instead of giving to all the consumers like that, you are giving in state, outside state, like that, two segmentation. Okay, then niche marketing is there, different products to subgroups within the segment. Okay, that is, if you are looking for maybe shoe industry, okay, you are having a shoe industry, in that you are looking for different sports shoes, okay, for different people, or different maybe geographical area for different shoes, right? Then micro marketing also there, that and all we can discuss in the next class. Okay, I hope up to here it is clear for everyone, or any doubts or anything, please let me know, so that, or if you want to maybe change in any of the methods or process. Yes, Adira, tell me.
So you'll be sharing the slides, sir?
Yeah, I will. Once we complete this particular unit, I will share the maybe the entire slide for your reference.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Fine.
Adira, you are having any doubts? You have raised your hand.
No, sir.
Fine.
No, sir.
Fine. I hope everybody is clear. So we will have to run little bit fast because I don't think if we are going like this, it won't be able to cover. I won't be able to cover the entire maybe important areas. So we have to run little bit fast. I will keep the important points. Okay, this is what we have to have. The systematic maybe notes should be there before you go for the examination so that you can do it better. And examination point of view only I'm talking. Otherwise, as a learning process, I hope you have to understand the meaning behind the lines. Okay, anyone, any suggestion or anything, please let me know so that the other person can come in. No, right?
No, sir.
No, sir. Yeah. Thank you. As I said, PPT I will share once we complete this unit. Each wise, unit wise, I will share. Okay. Thank you all of you for the contribution and maybe response during the discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all of you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, good ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Hello. Am I audible? Please, anyone respond through chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
audible.
You are audible.
Yes, Fatima given. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay,
Yes,
let me
ma'am.
introduce myself. I am Dr. Punita. In first semester, if you have attended classes, you would have met me. This is second semester class, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
many of you may have attended the first semester class. Still, I work as assistant professor in Directorate of Distance Education. So I'm an exclusive faculty for you people. So
Okay.
apart from the classes, we can discuss about any queries you want to discuss on DD also, we can do that, right? Okay, so I see that around 133 students are very happy that you all are on Sunday, you are taking that initiative to attend the classes. Very good, it is. Okay. So the subject we are going to see is business ethics. Have you heard of that term?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Only ethics we have heard.
Only ethics you have heard. Very good, Ankit. So see, this is actually a subject which is evolving, ever evolving. And it is like, customized, individual. It is based on each and every person, unique to everyone. So I would like that all of you gets involved in the subject. Otherwise, it is a little bit theory, a little bit thoughtful, thought provoking, and very deep to understand, right? So I request that all of you put your hands and soul into that so that the conversational class will bring in more interesting, perceptions to the class, right? Who is that writing Pachepan Tangavelu? Only students see all these chats you keep for apart from after the class, right? Not in between the class. Okay. Okay, what are you saying? Only students will be added. No, actually, officially we are not operating any WhatsApp group. So as I've seen the message, I am responding to it. Officially, distance education doesn't have any WhatsApp group because of previous experiences, right? All the numbers are getting shared and it's not easy to control. So we have stopped using the groups. So there is no official group. If anyone is forming like this as personal, we don't take any responsibility. Take care of that, right? Okay. So let us get into the business of business ethics, right? So there will be a lot of questions. I need you to be present all the time. It is not for me, actually, see, you have the initiative of joining into a distance education MBA program, which is very great. Not everyone do that. Also, even though it is an optional class, you have the courage to attend the class on a Sunday, right? It is something extraordinary. So you have taken that additional step. So I would like you to take one more step, be attentive in the class, answer, so that I assure you it will be easy for you to, just 1 second. Right. Okay. So it will be easy for you to take that into your mind. Hearing is the first step. But if you are answering back, that comes from your mind, so it will be more impactful. That is the best way of learning. Okay. Have you
Okay.
ever noticed that in LKG, UKG or first standard, you learn a lot than you are doing in PG because of one thing. When you are a child, you are very curious to learn. You asked a lot of questions, you learned a lot. But slowly, when you come to 8th, 9th, or 10th standard, after that, what happens? You stop the questioning, you stop involving in the class, you don't answer back. So the learning curve declines. So to keep that ahead, what you have to do is jump into the pool, right? Okay.
Keep it. Okay.
Yes, first question. Where is it? This is what the question I get most of the time when we start business ethics class. Where is it? Where is business ethics? In business. Do you see it often? Do you unsee it often? Do you see business ethics anywhere in the business? That is the question. Where is it?
Yeah, yes, I have seen. For the liquor, actually, it is the responsible drinking is promoting for the certain brands.
Yes. Why I have put the slide is, most often the first question will be, where is ethics? Why we should study business ethics? So the question arises, is business ethics an oxymoron? It is paradoxical to it. I given you an example for oxymoron. Deafening silence. We've heard of it. Sometimes the silence would be very loud. It would be like deafening. You don't want that silence anymore. That is oxymoron. Deafening silence. That's an example. Like that. Business ethics. That's why I see that what they are talking. But what about business ethics? Business ethics are not for businesses. Because what do we say? The main motto of business. What is the main motto of business?
To gain profit.
Very good, exactly. First thing is profitability. Right? So what happens when you are focusing on profitability? Your goal is towards profit. Can you strictly follow the right or wrong? The road of right or wrong, ethics. That is where the paradox arises. Why people derail? Why even good people conducting business derail, and why this becomes a question? Business ethics becomes a question because most often the profitability makes people take a diversion, take some other route.
Yes,
Right?
selfish.
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah, or they may look for the short-term gains instead of long-term vision.
Yes, exactly. Very good. Pranav has that term right. Short term goals makes you derail or go to the diversified areas where you can take the profit more, right? But in long term, it won't work. Exactly, right. So this is for understanding what we are getting into. I want you to understand the importance of it, right? So we go to the next slide. Why business ethics? Now we have seen that often we think that there is no business ethics in the business, not only in India, anywhere you take, right? So where is it? What is it? Is it oxymoron? Whether they can go hand in hand together or they can never mix and match. But it has to be. Why? Let's see one by one so that we will understand the depth of what we are getting into. You will appreciate more about the subject. Okay, that's why I'm taking this time slowly. Why we need this? The first point is the power of business in the society, in a country. How big is it? Just take few seconds. Think about the power of business, money, and the businessmen on you, your society, your politics, your country, your policies. constitution, rules, day-to-day life. Think on all these factors and then come back to me. Take few seconds. Think and tell me. What is the power of business in a society?
To make revenue for the society development.
Business is making revenue. Again, I
It
have
takes
a
care of
Yes,
your
madam.
takes care of your needs, wants, demands, and at the same time,
Making employment opportunities.
very good. Making employment opportunities. You're not getting the exact point. What is the power of business? I'm not asking the scope. What is the power? What extent the power can go into? How deep the power can dive into your everyday life? How powerful they are.
Resource utilization. Business utilize
Yes?
more resource.
Resources?
Business utilize more resource from the
Very good.
side.
Resource depletion. Very good. Rajeshwar, you got one line correct. Resource depletion, right? Water scarcity. Where it has emulated from, you think? How much water a car factory uses, you know? How much water a leather factory uses? How much water any other manufacturing industry is using? Textile industry is using, dyeing industry, right? Depletion of resource, depletion of forest, deforestations for business. Is it not affecting us? Yes or no?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Affecting them.
Then, anything else? How powerful they are? Think
Labor
about the
exploitation.
policies in country, what is happening in the country.
So, madam, whatever the product that we are using day to day life, that is the power of business because they are even, supplying to our
Very good.
society. Then,
yeah, lifestyle changes.
They dictate your
Business as a
lifestyle,
mode,
right?
business as
See,
a mode where the
not
products
only,
are
yeah,
benefit
but
to
I,
end users.
not only by producing and selling it to you, by making you believe that you want a particular product, right? Your lifestyle is dictated by business. Whatever product you are using, you are thinking that you want it, you need it, you like it, so you're using, but they have made you like it, want it, need it. Through advertisements, right? Through celebrities talking about that. So many sources, but your lifestyle dictated by them, right? Not modified or designed by them. Okay, right. Very good. Then what else? How powerful they are.
Labor exploitation, ma'am.
Very good. Labor exploitation. Right? So the poverty line, the economical line is defined by them in the country. Right? Very good. Alaka Singh, can you mute please? Alaka Singh, can you mute your mic? Thank you.
It
Right.
directly
Anything
like
else? Yes,
it,
Gautam.
yes, ma'am. It directly like affects the nation's the like economy. For example, the crude oil, which has been the ongoing issue in Hamas near the Iraq, and
Yes.
because of that, the trade is not happening over there, which is
Very good.
directly like
Very good.
affecting
Petrol.
the Suez transits everything.
Yes. For the last 3-4 decades, more than that, the fuel price, crude oil, decides the fate of many countries and the people living in it. Right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Very good.
Business,
Then,
business is the backbone
what
of an
else?
economy.
Quality
Like
in
capitalism of mind.
Patnaik.
wealth
SK
distribution.
Patnaik, please.
Inequality in wealth distribution.
Very good. Inequality. Patnaik, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, ma'am. Business is the backbone of an economy.
Yes, yes. But still, the point you have not reached, one point I would like to say is, if you keenly notice, the budgets of a country, including India, has how to I put it very sugar coated way, has approval of them, right? Do you think the politicians or the ministers decide the budget? No, the business people have a certain percentage of hands on it, right? If I remember, in some regimes, the budget will be taken into the commerce associations first before it was given into the parliament, right? I heard.
Yes, madam. Yes,
So
yes.
I'm not so sure about it, but there are undercurrents, there are talks, or there are myths that business people have a say on how much tax we have to pay on these things. Usually, we have the criticism after the budget. Have you ever noticed that? That costlier things, very costly things, a car or these things will have a lesser rate of tax, and the consumer products where the common man using will be having a bit high. Usually, we will complain about that every year, right?
At the
Why should it
hotel,
happen?
The
Unless
major
somebody
component
has
of
an interest in
the
it.
majority of the
Does that
budget
make
comes from
sense?
taxation part and
Patnaik,
GST
a little
and
bit louder. We are not able to hear you.
yeah, madam. The majority of the budget is comes from the taxation part, like GST, corporate tax, like that. So businesses played a
Yes.
crucial role in the economy.
Obviously, the self-interest will be there. They have millions of money invested in a business. So, if the budget has some strict rules and regiments, what will happen to their business? So, the self-interest will be there, obviously. And we know politics and the business sometimes go hand in hand, because the fundraising for the elections comes from them, the tenders and the things goes to them. This is the open, what do you say, open secret, you can say. This is what is happening all around the world. So business goes line hand in hand with everyday context in the nation, right? I remember one time when Ambani Group, when Dhirubhai Ambani died, and the Ambani Group had a big clash when both Ambani brothers were fighting, and they have to split the entire empire into two. By that time, the share price fell so drastically, the nation has to fall into crisis. The share market was crashed. So what happened? There is no other go. The finance minister, ex-finance minister, has to fly to Bombay, go to their house, and try to negotiate between the brothers to safeguard the country's interest. Now, do you understand the power of business? A businessman died.
yes, madam.
The empire got into problem because it has to be split. The country's finance minister has to go to their home and negotiate. Otherwise, what will happen to the nation? Share market will crash. But apart from the fact, I'll tell you the end of the story. He was not able to negotiate within the brothers. Dhirubhai Ambani's wife, their mother took them into a room. What they did, slapped or scolded, we don't know. In the evening, they both come amicably, settled. Right? Country was saved from the share market crash. Do you understand the power of business in the society and the nation?
Yes, ma'am.
So now can you say we need ethics in business?
Yes.
If this kind of powerful business goes without ethics, what will happen?
The nation will crash.
Scary to imagine. That is why the question,
Can develop.
why we need
Can,
ethics? Because business is very powerful in a society and nation. So we need ethics in the business. Right? Contribution to the society. Business people are the one who can give back to the society, because they are the rich people. They have the money in hand, not the government. Government is taking the tax from the business people to earn something. But money is accumulated. The wealth is accumulated in which segment of the country? Business segment. You cannot deny that. Right? Does a salaried class have the money in them? Wealth do they have? Anyone?
What, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
No. Obviously, who is having? Business people. So who can give back to the society? Only business people.
Only
And
business.
why should they? I tell you. All the sources they take are from the society. If they are cutting trees for their business, from the society, water, air, earth, for example, the land they are using, right? The pollutions they emit from the business, everything, I too have a right in it. You too have a right. Our children have the right. Do you understand? Even though they invest, they conduct the business, the share of resource is from the society. So it is correct, it is right that they should contribute back to the society. When they will do that? When you are stressing that business ethics is important. So contributing to the society is a part of business ethics. When they have that thought, they will give back. We call it a CSR, right? Corporate Social Responsibility, CSR. We call it a CSR. That has become a mandatory part of conducting a business. You have to give back to the society. And this is not a new, CSR is not new, when I was doing a research long time ago, that I read that in ancient time also, there is a popular way of giving back to the society called giving the oil to the temples, to lamp, because the temple is a congregation of the people by that time, like a park, a beach, wherever the people has to get in the evening. And imagine the time when electricity was not there, you have to light the bigger temples. You have seen the temples in Tamil Nadu, they are very huge and big. So if we have to light the entire temple, you need a lot of oil or ghee, where the temple cannot afford that much. The temples are monitored by the kings. They cannot afford that much. So who has to step in, The local businessmen. They used to donate the oil for the temples to light all the diyas in the temple, so that the entire temple will be illuminated, so the village people can go into the temple at evening and be there, because it will be very ventilated. And what do you say? It's a good place to spend time with. There is no park or malls or cinema theaters by that time. So this is a kind of CSR, right? And there are so many examples that business people will excavate chow trees, or they'll create dormitories for the travelers or monks or sages who travel through the villages, right? So these things are called as CSR. Why they have to? Because you take everything from the society which is due right for all the people to live in. So it is obvious that you have to give back. So business ethics is why needed in the business. Third one, to decrease harm. If you don't have the ethics, what will happen, Whatever harm we have will increase. I'll give you examples of what harms, then you can also say. I once read, coal is used in many industries, or even a generation of electricity. Even Lignite Corporation, you would have heard. Coal is excavated, mined, used for electricity, right? How these coals are formed? Landslides. Mudslide will happen in the forest. So mud will cover the trees. Slowly, because of the heat of earth, the trees will get ignited. But they will not turn into ash. They will become coal. This is a natural process. It will take years of time, hundreds of years, I don't know. Right? It's a natural process where the landslide happens naturally. So you get like coal mine or diamond mine. For that case, that coal turns into diamond, right? It takes 1,000 years of process. But China wants everything just like that, right? So what they did, they mimicked landslide, coal making process, and it backfired to them. That is creating harm for business. They wanted coal. A company has created a artificial landslide in the forest. The tectonic plates got loose. They ignited the trees on one end, and the entire area became very hot. So the entire agricultural lands, the roots will get burned, right? Got spoiled. That took many years to revert back. A small mistake. For what? For business. If they have thought once that this is not ethical, you cannot create an artificial landslide in a forest and it will deplete the resources of the people around the forest. A lot of villages and towns around the forest. They are living. Not only human, lot of other living things are living. If they have thought for 1 second, this would not have happened. Right? This is one example. There are thousands of examples of how business harms the society. Right? Just you can go to the search engine Google, and I am taking up examples where it's not sensitive so that it will not ignite anything here. Okay, like I'll remember and tell you another one thing. I think river Danube river, I think. It was red for 2-3 days. Totally the river was red. It's such a huge river. Why, you know, a aluminium factory has stored all the waste water at one place and the dam broke. It got into the water. 3-4 days it was totally red. Okay, the water will wash out after some time. But what happens to the living things in the area, and what about the people who are dependent on that river? Right? Lot of examples. In India, there is, I need not quote, you would have everyday paper, you can see that how much harm is created because of the companies emit pollution or company over utilizes, over exploitation of resources. Right?
Indian carbide gas leak.
Yes, Patnaik?
Indian carbide gas leak.
Yeah, yes. Gas leaks. Not only one. There are so many cases of that. Right? And still we remember one. Then these are like negatives, okay? Not negatives, actually I would say that why we need very, what do you say, desperately. What is the good thing of having reading or studying business ethics, you know? Decision making will be efficient. You will come to know what is right or wrong. We are inbuilt. Our system is like that. You know what is right or wrong because you are taught, right? From the childhood. Your mother will tell you what is right or wrong from the start. Then your teacher will say, father will say, your friends will say. So you are full of right or wrong. But where the complexity arises, you know, sometimes your mother thinks what is right or wrong, she will teach you, may not be amicable with your friend. Your friend may not accept that. Or your partner may not accept that. Because his right or wrong is complex to every human. Right? How to give the example? I'll tell you one thing. See, you are taught that saying lies is wrong, right? You should not lie. Okay. So one time what happens? A small girl runs towards you and hide behind you in the room. Okay. After a few seconds, some 4 or 5 people are chasing the girl, coming to you and asking, where is the girl? Now what is taught to you? You should not lie. What will you do? Anyone? Ram Vignesh. Are you there? Gopi Krishna sir. Yes. What will we do?
So, ma'am, it's life-threatening decisions. So I think we should, think of it, and then I can
So
decide.
you will lie? Rajiv Kumar. That means you say that you will lie to the people that you have not seen the girl, right?
You can say.
Yes, Patnaik.
Yes, to save the girl,
The
we can
logic.
say. This may be a lie, but to save the girl, we may say.
Very good. Cypri and Neto, you want to say something?
It's in the logic, ma'am. It's circumstantial, it affects the decisions.
Exactly. It's not logic. It's about your emotion, how you feel right or wrong. You may be taught that morally lying is wrong, right? But here, ethically lying is right. Do you get my point? What you have been
Yeah.
taught is morality. What is good and bad to the society. But what is right or wrong to you, you only can decide. Right? Unless you have the experience, you know the ethicality, right? Very good. Pachapan has given the exact kural for that. Poimayum vaimayedatu puraithinda namai paikumenin. Right? So, what it's a Tamil kural, what exactly it says is பொய்மையும் வாய்மையிடத்து. Even though you can lie, it is considered as a true if it gives you a good thing in your life. Right? Exactly, that is what the situation is. So that Kural is example of ethics, not moral. Okay, very good. So what you will do? You will say a lie to those people. You have never seen a girl. That is the right thing. Everybody will do that, except Harichandra maybe. Right? He was such a moral person that we have seen that he will not lie. Okay, right. That
We
is
cannot
not
quantify
our
what
issue
is
now.
wrong, what is
Yes.
yes, ma'am. We cannot quantify what is wrong and what is right exactly based on the situation. Case to case basis, this may vary.
Yes. Yes. So there are still a lot of this ethical. We call it as ethical dilemmas and ethical questions. But even though now this, why I gave you a question where morality and ethics is they are involved, because it is easy for you to decide. But if I ask you a question, ethicality and ethicality, you will not be able to decide. So Gandhi gave a solution for that too. We will see that in the theories when we go further into the subject. I will tell you how just you know that studying ethics will help you in effective decision making, which is very important in business, because business is full of decisions. Every day you have to take decisions which is going to affect someone or the other. So if you want to become a good manager, you should be a very good decision maker. So if you study the subject, you will be able to decide effectively, right? The next point, why we need business ethics: to reduce the violence, right? So if you conduct the business with ethicality, the violence will be a little bit less. You may think that where is the violence in business? So that is why I have given you an example. Blood diamonds. Have you seen the film Blood Diamonds? There is a film on this. But it is not only diamonds. Any kind of mining, you can say blood mining. Right? See, I have given you a photograph on how the mining is done. This is for diamond, okay? But if you see the other mining, coal mining or copper mining, gold mining, anything, you just see the mining itself, you can see, you will know the violence, what it is, right? That's why they call blood diamonds. In India, it is not that much, but in US, America, it is a tradition, or what do they do? Every marriage should have a big rock, diamond. So that is why they say every marriage, whenever there is a diamond involved in US, what happens? There is a blood of African or a black person in that, because they die for these diamonds for the weddings of some other country's person. It's pure business, right? So this is why we need to see the purpose. Why we need diamonds actually? Abundance of diamonds. What's the purpose? How many people are dying for that? If you have business ethics in that particular business, right? You see the documentary about it. I don't have to talk. There is one monopoly business. What do you say? Concern all over the world, who commands, who controls the price and supply of diamond. They have a cold storage underneath a mountain range. You will not imagine how much big the cold storage is, and they store quantums of diamonds, kilos, tons of diamonds in it. Just they will not release it for supply because the rate might go down. They are just storing it, right? And some thousands of blacks are dying for that in the mines. Okay, this is how. So this is violence. So if you have why, if you have the ethics, what happens? You may decrease the violence, right? So this is the next question. why we need business ethics. We come to the next question. How? We have seen what, where, why, all these things. How the business ethics can be implemented? What's the scope? Why we need? Honesty, right? That is the first thing. Honesty is like, we call it as FTP, fair trade practices. This fair trade is with the customers, with the employees, employers, your own stock stakeholders, your fellow industry mates. So that, see, for example, you decrease the price, the other person will suffer, right? The fair trade practice. Let you also survive, the other person also survive. I'll give you an example for this FTP. There was a time when Coke and Pepsi were banned in India, Maybe some people of my age group, around the 40s, 50s, may remember that. All the people who you are in 30s will not know because Coke were there when you are born.
Yes,
Gopi
madam.
Krishna sir remembers, right?
Yes, madam.
Yes. So this Coke and Pepsi, why they were banned in India, because it was suspected that there is alcohol content in that. So we don't, by that time Indians were good, pure. Okay. So we banned it. So slowly it was introduced into the country. By that time we had lot of indigenous soft drinks like Citra, Sprite, what do you say, Povento, a lot of, I
Gold
forgot
spot.
simply, gold, yes, something spot, gold spot. So many indigenous soft drink varieties were there. Coke and Pepsi were introduced and the competition was heavy. So they used two strategies only. One is they'll buy out. They will give you a lot of money, like Sprite and all they bought. They'll just give the money and gold spot and all, they'll buy. Citra, all those things, the brand, they'll buy out and destroy. Those who doesn't want to sell to the company, they use a single strategy. What? They will cut the network. They will not allow the small shops to have. They will put their crate. There will be no space for the other company to put the crate. Simple solution. Even if they are able to still sell, they used one, what do you say, very a bad strategy. What they did, they will buy out all the bottles from the shopkeeper. The crates they will buy out. They will take to a place and crush it. They are bottles, right? The next
Yes,
morning,
madam. Yes,
this indigenous bottle holder will not have a bottle to fill the drink in. It has to be recycled. It will take months for him to manufacture the bottles for him, right? Gone. They are out of business. By that month, Coke and Pepsi occupied. Is this a fair trade practice? Now, do you understand why we need fair trade practice? You also do the business, let others also do the business. Right? So, all these things comes under honesty. How to conduct the business with honesty. Avoid conflicts. I think this example is good for that. Compliance. The rules and regulations of the society. Relevant information, particularly for advertisement, right? Simple thing is like, see the face cream bottles. The dabba will be like this, box will be this much. You open, inside a stuffing box will be there, and inside a bottle, small bottle will be there. Okay, you open the bottle. The bottle will have stuffing in that, and the cream will be this much, right? But when you hold the box in your hand, how you feel? You are buying this much for 1,000 rupees, but actually you are buying this much. The information is not right. What you are giving is not right. Like, they'll say fruit pictures on the juice. What you will think you are drinking fruit juice. Read the ingredients, right? Underneath they will be writing, no fruits involved. No fruit juice is there. Relevant information is not there. You are misguided. Are you able to understand? Give relevant information. Law abiding. In many ways, legality. Like you have to form the rules and regulations of the land, pay the tax properly, don't evade the tax, and so on, right? And fulfilling commitments. When you are accepting that you are doing a business in a society, you are part of it. You are not away from it. You are also a part of it. If you are polluting the water and you are staying in the town, your family is also going to drink that water, right? You cannot get away from that. Whatever we are, I remember last year or 2 years ago, I think, the Chinese president gave an open statement that after doing all these business practices, which doesn't have any ethics, actually in China, the toxicity of the ink and plastic they use is up to the roof. Chinese products, that's why we should never touch in hand, right? They don't have any ethics in their business practices. So after doing all these things, at one point he realized the consequences of it, and he gave an open statement. I read in Hindu, I think, I remember. He said, I regret, I'm afraid whether my grandchildren can see blue in the sky. Can you comprehend the meaning of what he says? The sky has become so polluted, he wonders whether his grandchildren can see any more blue in the sky. Arul Vijay, you are overriding my presentation. Can you stop it? 1 second, give me 1 second, I'll present it. Has it come back?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It's back.
Right. Okay, so do you now understand? That is fulfilling commitment. So when you reach a certain level, China is not, what do you say, a faraway country from us. We share the sky, right? The lines you see in the map is only on the ground. That too, not line. It is only, what do you say, a fence. But the air can move from China to India to any other place when the wind is following, right? So whatever pollution they have will come to us. Whatever we do will go to Ceylon. It is a continuous process. You cannot escape that. It is for me. And we witnessed Corona. It has not stopped to China because they have invented it. Right? Are you able to understand? That is
Yes,
also an
madam. Yes.
ethical issue. They have invented it. It's an ethical issue. It's for business actually. It's not for anything else. I read that they have this, what do you say, zoo meat. Like they eat lion, bear, tiger and all. They grow in cages like poultry. How you grow chicken? Like that they have poultries or what, I don't know what do they call that. They grow lion cubs, tiger cubs and all, and they sell it. So there, because of unhygienic problem or somehow for treating them, they have created this, they say, or else maybe through that it came out, I don't know. But see the level of business we are going into. We have started petting, we have started breeding the wild animals, right? Where is ethics? That's the first question. Okay, right. So we go to the next slide. Okay, so this is whatever we have discussed. This is what? In words. Ethics is a philosophical study of the concepts of morally right and wrong, moral good and bad. It's a general ethics. Okay. But business ethics is standards for morally right and wrong conduct in business. That's all. Okay, that's a difference. But if you want to elaborate definition, what it says, the systemic issues that are considered as ethical concerns, focusing on the economic, legal, politics, and social structures. What we have discussed so far, all the four: economic, legal, political, and social, in which companies perform the corporate issues which are particular to a specific company, and the individual issues which refer to the concerns of an individual working in a specific company. Not only to the individual, it still cascades down. It reaches even to the non-living things, right? So this is, what do you say, the definition of ethics. So what are the values? What are ethical values we should know? Already we have discussed, just I'll say it aloud. Trustworthiness, keeping the trustworthiness. See, for example, the nearby shop. In Tamil Nadu, we say Annachi Kada, right? That means a particular company, they'll have Nadar Kada is Annachi Kada. So, trustworthiness, just we can go and tell Annachi that, give me that, right? He will say sometimes, if I say, no, don't buy this today. This is not of good quality. I am going to sold this out. So you take something else. Trustworthiness, right? It's very hard to build. Honesty. We have discussed that. Legal conduct, FTP, fair trade practices you have seen. Sustainability. It is going to continue for all the theories because sustainability is a key now for any business conduct. That nowhere it is seen. Okay, we will talk a lot about this in the later chapters. Risk free. Make it risk free. What does it mean? Like we have seen Fukushima, that what is that blow because of tsunami. The water from the nuclear plant have got into the sea, and we saw the consequences, right? Corona. Then, as I told you, the Danube River. Here, Sterlite Factory, Bhopal Gas. I need not say much, right? Try to keep risk free. I'll tell you one another example. Once Unilever was sued in Ooty, Udagamandalam, Ooty in Tamil Nadu, which is a hilly area and which has to be preserved. It's a natural area because it's on top of the mountain. They had a thermometer factory where they use mercury in it, thermometers, right? They dumped all the broken thermometers outside their wall where the mercury is so hazardous. And when it is on top of mountain, what do you think when the rain comes? It gets seeped to the entire land on the way, all the rivers, right? It's poison. Mercury is poison. They should have thought a single minute that when you are dumping out on the public area, outside the compound wall of the factory, what happens to that? This is what we say, risk-free, right? So these are the ethical values. I have given only a few. That's why I have given continuous dots. There are so many values. So this is how it has to be. Someone has raised the hand. Yes?
1 minute. What is legal conduct?
Yes?
What is legal conduct?
Legal conduct. See, abiding by the law. I told you already. Like you should not do illegal business. Right? See, for example, how to say that. Kasa is legal. Kas is legal. But cocaine is illegal. Plant is common. Right? It's up to you. Legal conduct. So, legal business. Don't import which the government bans. Then tax evasion. Second in legal is tax evasion. Important point. Don't evade tax. Whatever you are earning, pay tax. It's giving back. Right? And then what are other things like, cross-cultural problems, like when you are sending human resource from here or you are taking up human resource, try to solve the cross-cultural issues. That also comes under ethicality, right? Illegal immigrants, actually migration, all these things. So these are legal conduct of business, right? Okay. So we come to the next one. Values versus ethics. What is that? Value says what is important, whereas ethics says what is right. But these go hand in hand, like as I told you, Gandhi has given a theory that Gandhian theory says that when you have to save a person, you can forego something which you don't want. When you have to save a family, you can forego a person. When you have to save a road, a street, a family can be forsaken. When you have to save a street, when you have to save an entire town, a street can be given. Like that, it goes, right? So what is important? What is right? So you decide what is right based on the importance, value. So that is a fine line between values and ethics. So value says what should I achieve? But the ethics says what is the correct action? Right? You should, again, it's a nuance difference, it is. Then difference from the person to person, the value, because you are taught value is imbibed, it's acquired through the family and the friends, right? But ethics is something universal. It's not for each family to give you the values. Then value motivates, but ethics constrains. That is the difference, right? Value makes you move forward, but ethics makes you think and act. Okay? So this is the difference between values and ethics. So what are the ethical considerations we have? Corporate governance first, right? I think we're running out of time. So just I will read this out. Corporate governance I will teach you in the next class, right? Because that's the first consideration we need to know. Customer services, I think we have already discussed. Eco-friendliness, that is also like sustainability. Sustainable business conduct, we have discussed a lot. HR concerns, this also will come in later side. I'll explain to you and teach you once again. Income tax, I have already told you, very important. CSR is corporate social responsibility. Marketing and advertising is also just we discussed how much they can greenwash us. And this is whistleblowers security. That is also one consideration of ethicality because it is a cascading effect. Just I'll give you a glimpse. Whistleblower, one person who voices out loud that something is going on in the wrong in the company, does that because his own ethical ground says or make him do that, right? He cannot constrain himself, so he is voicing it aloud. What happens to him later becomes a big question in the society. That's why people are not willing to whistleblow. So the security of the whistleblower is a ethical consideration, right? Okay. Then, okay, I think we need to stop here because, again, this is also a big chapter, morality, law, and ethics. Okay, so I stop here. We will see in the next class. Before concluding, if you have any doubts, let us discuss. So, see, I took the class slow today because I know this subject is a little bit harsh, a little bit harder to grasp because you need a lot of time to think, interpret, and perceive yourself. So I have taken the first class very slowly. In the next classes, we will be a little bit faster. If we have to do that, I request each one of you to go through the book, have a lot of thinking, see the ethical dilemmas, search for it, and think on the basis how you can decide upon each dilemma. Then you will appreciate the ethical theories. If you are able to come to a frustrating point that you are not able to decide, it's hitting my head, there you will know the use of ethical theories, how the ethical theory can be applied for decision making, right? So this is only introduction. We will study and we will utilize the ethical theories for our day-to-day life. That is the purpose of this subject. Okay. If we have to succeed in that particular thing, I request all of you to just go through the book very lightly. We will not study hardly. Just go through it lightly and come prepared for the next class. Right? Any doubts now?
Ma'am, please give the practical example for the difference between values and ethics.
Ankit Pal, I'm not able to hear you. A little bit louder, please.
Ma'am, give a practical example for the difference between the ethics and values.
Ethics and values.
Any practical example for that?
Yeah, see, for example, see, my value is for money. Okay, I have monetary values that I need money. Okay, so I am motivated by that. I need to go work hard. I need to do some business and earn money. That is my value. Okay, that is a driving value for me. But at one point, see, for example, I have gone to the interview. I have to get the job. Okay, I'm driven by my value. I have to give bribe. They are asking you pay money so that to get the job. Right? Here, my ethicality will play. I have to decide what is right or wrong, not what is good for me. Do you understand? If my value is great, what I will do,
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
get the job. But what happens? My ethicality is failed and it will be aching in my mind and making me guilty. Do you get the point? You decided to give the money and get the job. But whether you are happy by the decision or not is your ethicality.
Voting in election also.
Yes, Gopi Krishna.
Elections.
What is that?
Voting in election, general
Yeah,
elections.
yeah, very good, exactly. See, deciding upon In Tamil we used to say erira kollila edu nalla kolli. What does that mean is all the logs are burning, right? How can you say which log is good when your list is this much? Okay, how to decide on which one is good? Are you able to understand? Ethical decision making, what to do, dilemmas, ethical dilemmas, these are called, right? Any other doubts?
Hello, ma'am. One question outside the class.
Yes.
So, regarding the last semester results, we haven't got it. Will you be able to help something to pass this to
Yeah, I saw the message actually. I will escalate it. Actually, all the results are out as far as we are concerned. Okay. If you have particularly your result is not available, you
Yeah, none
just
of
say yes.
all the
No,
new
ma'am,
in
for all the students.
2023 July.
Then don't worry. They are giving stage by stage only, batch by batch. I
No,
tell
no,
you why the
they have
reason
put it,
is
they have put it that it's published, but when we
yes.
go to our grade card and the students portal, it is not there. So I think there
Yeah,
is
yeah.
some.
I have seen that. I have escalated. I'll immediately escalate it. Today is holiday. Okay, today is leave actually. So tomorrow morning, I will take this issue. I will see the technical team to see the glitch. What is it? Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So
And
give us 1 or 2 days time. Yeah, because this nowadays your portal is totally Samat governed by Delhi University actually. Everything is centralized through the Samat portal. So it takes time for us to escalate the issue. Then they have to sort it out. So that is why it's taking time. These are technical glitches, and you are the first batch having the 7 subjects in grade card till your seniors doesn't get. So that is a problem. So kindly bear with us. This is only a teething problem. It will get sorted out, right?
okay, thanks. And another question is like regarding the internal assessment or quiz. So
Yes.
this time is going to be after the final exam, like last time, or it's going to be before?
No,
Like,
it will be before the exam. As we have planned, it should be before the examination. Again, once again, as we have to align this also with summer. This time only first time we are trying to align it with summer. So I'm not very sure how the technicalities is going to work out. Maybe or may not be. I cannot assure. Our plan is to connect before exam, right?
okay, but the format is same. It's the same
Yeah,
MCQ.
yeah, same,
Yeah,
same,
okay,
same.
thank you.
Madam,
Anything
one
else?
request is
Yes,
to share the
Patnaik.
timetable because the class is 9 to 2, so we don't know who is going to teach and
Timetable, I
what class.
think.
So
You
it
need
will
a
become
timetable.
a mistake because we joined to the distance mode, so we don't have the particular knowledge. We could have taken the book and we can have a little idea about that. So it could be much beneficial to us. And
You are
madam, with the
requesting for
request
a
regarding
timetable, right?
the yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll also once again I'll try to escalate this and I'll try to sort this out. We will maybe
Yeah,
tomorrow
the
we'll
time is
discuss and
9
find out if we are able to put it on the website. Okay.
yeah, that will be much
Yeah.
beneficial.
Yeah, we will be. We'll try to put it on the website. Usually we do. Sometimes it happens. It is not that. We will try to put it here. Okay. One thing is,
Yeah,
sometimes availability of faculty. For example, yesterday I had a class. Actually, yesterday I was about to start this class. But I had severe migraine yesterday due to the heat here in Chennai and Pondicherry. So I was not able to take the class yesterday. So we had to adjust. This shuffling happens. So you should be able to understand that. Okay. Otherwise, it is nothing. We will give the timetable there. Sometimes here or there adjustments may be there. Okay.
thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, how about opening the business ethics book and just going through it, flipping through the pages for next class? Is it possible?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I would expect to. So the class will be more interesting if you come prepared. I have to be alert if you are well versed with the subject, so that the give and take will be more interesting. The conversations will be good, so that you also can involve more in the subject. So that I am not requesting you to read it. Just flip through the pages and just go through it and okay.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's time now. We'll see next week, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
So myself, Malini.
Good morning.
Yeah, madam. Good afternoon.
So
Morning.
back to the MBA classes again for the second semester. So this
Which
semester,
subject, madam?
this semester myself, Malini, faculty from Pondicherry University, Department of Management. And this semester, I'm going to handle again the human resource management for you people. So whatever, so it is allotted. The classes for this semester is only the 6 hours. Within the 6 hours, we'll try to give the glance of the particular subject. Okay. So without wasting the time, let us start now. So I'll human resource management. First, the part is the introduction part. That is an overview of human resource management. And again, you'll have 5 chapters in your syllabus: training and development, compensation, planning, and trade unions. These are the 5 units you have in your syllabus. So we'll try to manage each one within a day, within the allotted time frame. And meanwhile, just go through it. If you have any queries, you can ask me anytime. You can stop me and you can clarify. Let us start the class now. I'm going to share the PPTs. Just you tell me whether it is visible or not. Yeah, is it visible?
No, ma'am. Yes.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
fine.
ma'am.
Yeah. So now, actually, as you all know about in the first semester, that there are the certain the areas which we consider as a functional areas of the management.
Could you make it full screen, ma'am?
Yeah, fine. Just how to do it here. It's not coming. It's not coming actually. I don't know why.
Madam, you can go to slideshow and start from there, ma'am.
Setup
From beginning.
custom
From beginning.
beginning is right. Yeah, thank you. So you might have been known about that there are certain the functional areas where we need to focus on it, and without which any management or any organization or any system which you wanted to start as an entrepreneur or whatever it is not possible. So those functional areas are basically called it as a heart of the system. So like when you're talking about it, these functional areas of the management, one is the marketing, finance, human resources, and operations. Again, depends upon the organization, depends upon the product. This may be extended to some other IT or other the areas and all. But among these, the four the areas, one is the human resource management. It is a one which we have a completely dealing with the human resources, completely dealing with the persons, the humans, where we have to extract the work from them, and where exactly we need to have a vacancies are created, how to fill those vacancies, what kind of a professional we require, what kind of a skills and abilities we are looking for it in a particular person. So all these are, and also you heard might be heard about certain things like training and development, then hiring the people, recruitment, selection, induction program, and like leave, compensation, pay perks, salaries, works, wages. See, all others which are the activities related to the human being, related to an employee, which are handled by the human resource department. That is the way how best we could able to manage these resources are called it as a human resource management. Means utilization of the people, utilization of the manpower with an extent where the skills and abilities can match the requirement of an organization. So that is what we called it as a human resource management. And see, this not required. The now the where exactly it has exist, how it is going to happen. The process is actually the planning. You know, the management process. I'm not talking about the human resource process here. In a broader way, planning, organizing, staffing, leading, controlling, this is the management process of the management functions, where each one will have to, but where exactly the human resource management exists, planning, organizing, and how we could able to manage the people, how we could able to extract the work from a human being. What exactly called it as a human resource management? Human resource management is a process of training, appreciating, and compensating the employees and for attending their labor relations, health, safety, and fairness of the concern. See here, it is a very, very clear. All the functions of human resource department has been covered here. First, the thing is, what is the function of the human resource management or the human resource department? We are acquiring the people. Acquiring the people means who actually depends upon the vacancies, manpower planning. How many employees we require to fulfill our job. So job analysis, job design, manpower planning. Once you have done, then you are trying to acquire the people from different sources. That the sources are called it as your recruitment, internal, external, like the other part of the kind, that is right. So like you are trying to acquire the people through the required recruitment selection process. Once you are trying to acquire, then you need to tell them acquaint the work, I mean present environment, what exactly you are trying to expect from the people, right? Training. So for that you are required to make them to aware of their work culture, nature of the work. So the basically the human resource department is going to plan. They make them to learn the work which can match the requirement of organizational abilities, right? And uprising, see, there is a very much mandatory in the process of the system, the uprising. Why it is? Because here if the organization consists of 25, 250 or something 300 employees, and among them you need to rank them, among them you need to identify the abilities. All 250 employees are not equally working. What makes the difference here? The quality, quantity of the work, sincerity, responsibility matters. Each employee will have their own the abilities to work, perform, and they are going to achieve the goals. But in this respect, what will happen? Who is the best performer, who is the moderate performer, who is the poor performer need to be identified, and accordingly you need to apprise them. If he is the best performer, you need to apprise, the management has to apprise the employee, by which the organization, the employee will feel more satisfied and motivated and could able to perform more and more for the organization. Moderate employee, how to enhance the performance of the employee. Poor performer, what went wrong, where went wrong, try to identify the need, then again give them a training, assistance, guidance, then you can improvise his the performance or her performance levels and all. So these are all possible only when you could able to apprise them, right? So this is also a part of the human resource management's responsibility. Compensating the employee, you see any accidents occur, work culture, how much the compensation the one who is entitled depends upon his salary, years of experience. Based on that, what he is entitled for it, it can be decided. And attending for their labor relations. So this is one of the most critical part. What is that? The labor relations. Labor relations are something which if you could able to manage effectively, you can avoid all the strikes, lockouts, all other the matters. If it is management is failed to manage the labor relations, and there may be a lot of problems will exist in that. Okay. And the health safety of the employees, if they if providing the mask, providing the good water facilities, sanitization, everything. where the employee is working in an organization, there it is a responsibility of the management to provide them the health and safety matters and the fairness concern. See, this I mean equality. What do you mean by the fairness here? Equality. It is not that he is my close dear and near one. We cannot take it at an advantage and all. So it is equality, fairness among the employees need to be maintained. So now let us sum up. This is what called it as a human resource management. So what is a human resource management? First we are trying to acquire the people, train them, then compensating, then attending their labor relations, health and safety matters, maintaining the balance between the employees. So all these are the functions, and who are managing this are called it as a human resource department or human resource management. And here, what will happen? One more term is most significant. What is that? People organization. People with the formally assigned roles who work together to achieve the common organizational goals. So, what is actually where exactly human resource department or the management will exist in an organization? Where the certain roles are given, certain roles and responsibilities are given. The person X is assigned to the finance department head. Person Y assigned to the department operations. Person Z is appointed for the HR department. Means here the organization means in an organization where we are all working for the common cause, common objective. Each one has given a common role. Each one has given a certain objective. Accordingly, they will work for the system. Right? That is what called it as an organization. And the manager. Who's the manager here? The person responsible for accomplishing the organization's goals. Means like the organization goals are defined, very well defined. Now what is the next here? So who is going to attain? How we are going to accomplish? One leader should be there. No, the one who is going to lead us, one who is going to guide us, how to achieve, way to achieve all those things, the one who is called it as a manager, and does so by the managing the efforts of the organizational entire the team he is going to manage, or she is going to manage the system to attain the organizational goals. This is as a common, as we call it as human resource management and all. And how it takes place, what is the process of human resource management and all. What and all we have discussed the terms is this only. First one is we are trying to acquire the people, depends upon the vacancies, need arises and all, how many employees we require, which department we require, which scale we require, which cadre we require, top management, middle level management or bottom level management, where exactly the vacancies are existing, what kind of a person we require, what kind of a experience, number of years experience, and qualification we require, decided by the HR department. That is what acquiring the people. Once they acquire, need to provide them a training, appraising. Just now we talked about identifying the efforts and appraising them by which the employee will motivate and work together for the organization. Where the compensation, where went, if anything went wrong, like a for their losses, accidents, and compensating for their the efforts and labor relations, health and safety, fairness. So these are all the actually the functions or the process one after the other. The management, human resource management will take over. And the next one is, so what is the role of a manager in a human resource department? What is the role of a manager? Conducting the job analysis. What do you mean by the job analysis? See here, to recruit the people, acquire the people, first we need to understand where exactly the vacancy is existing, what kind of a person we require, isn't it? That is what called it as a job analysis. What is a job analysis here? Something you are deciding where exactly the vacancies are existing. To fill that particular vacancy, what kind of a person I require, what kind of a person in terms of qualification, in terms of his abilities, skills, experience, that is called it as a job analysis. And then once it is decided, planning labor needs and recruiting the job of the candidates and all. So here how to acquire them, either the internal recruitment or external recruitment, reference groups, or that is what you're trying to plan. Which one is the faster, minimizing the cost, everything you're planning. Then once you have conducted a recruitment process, identify, now you have a strata, you have a number of applicants in your hand. Among them, the vacancies are seven. Only you have received 27 applicants or 200 applicants, but among them, vacancies are only seven existing. So, how do you screen the people? Depends upon your expectations, requirement. You one after the other with a different techniques, group discussions, written tests, interviews, all those things. You need to fill only the capable seven persons for the existing seven vacancies. So that is what selecting the job candidates means, like who can perform my requirement. Orienting and training new employees. Once they joined the organization, now the process is done. Employee has been selected. What is the next step? Next step is orienting and training the new employees. Means like they should know the, like for an example, you take it. You have been selected. You are going to the organization, some BMW, or you are going for some Honda City or something. You are joining to as an engineer, senior management consultant. You are joined, but you should know that who are your superiors, who are your peers, who are your subordinates, what role you are supposed to do, what you, the strategy you need to formulate. So that is what called it as a training and induction. Orientation means they are introducing and motivating towards to what to achieve, where to achieve, when to achieve. It's all happening, it's all going to be learned. Managing wages and salaries. See, the my competitive organization is paying higher salaries, I have to also give the higher salaries. You cannot say that. It is all depends upon the managing the whether it is permissible or not, whether my organization could able to afford it or not. So what the management is taking the decision regarding the enhancement of the salaries, or what kind of a salaries we are supposed to give, how much the pay packages. So it is all decided by the management. So that is what the human resource department will take a decision whether it is manageable or unmanageable. Wages and the salaries, providing incentives and benefits to the employees, appraising performances, communicating, training and development of the managers, and building the what is that yeah building employee commitment and all. See, it is also very much important. Like, the thing is that otherwise what will happen, employee commitment is not there, keep on turnover of the employees will be higher. Employee commitment means, oh, dedicatedly, committedly, this is my organization, I have to work. When I am working for the consistently for the next 3 years, I'll be getting the promotion as well as the monetary benefits and all. So like that, the how to build your employee commitment and all. This is also the role of the manager in a HR department. He has to take care of it. And the next thing is what manager should know about it. What exactly his qualities and what he is supposed to know. One is equal opportunity and affirmative action. So it is that it's a very very important. So you cannot deny one person or the other person. Equal opportunity and affirmative action. Equal opportunity should be given to all the people. It is not that he is my near and dear one, my friend. No. Employee health and safety is also very much important, need to be taken care of. And the next one is handling the grievances and the labor relations, also the responsibility of the manager, that is a HR manager's role. Hire the wrong person for the job. What will happen when we are hiring the wrong person to the particular job? Entire the work will get suffered, getting delayed, and quality and quantity will get affected, isn't it or not? So that is the problem. The next thing is experience high turnover. What is, we are not talk about the production turnover. We will talk about here the human resources turnover. Means new employees will join, they will work for 3 months, they leave the organization, then again they will join. So like that employee turnover will increase. So by which the company will suffer and the work will get delayed and all. And the next thing is, we have your people not doing their best, that people are not experience high turnover, have your people not doing, I mean, like when you're not giving them proper training or guidance and all, the people will not able to perform well. And the waste of time, useless interviews, waste of keep on increasing the this thing, employee turnover. So what will happen, the time will consume, interviews need to be conducted frequently, but again conducting the recruitment process, selection process, training, and the employee will be leaving. But when you are not able to understand where exactly the problem, this will exist. Okay, and have your firm in court because of the discrepancies, action, discriminatory actions and all. And have some employees think their salaries are unfair and inadequate. And so what will happen, it is not all the time all the employees are at the equal mindset. Some people think that this is a very low salary, some people will say that okay, this is a moderate salary, for my experience I can compensate, I can adjust. But some people will say that it is the salaries are not fair enough, inadequate, so they are not distributing the salaries like that. They some will have a complaint. Allow a lack of training to determine undermine your department's effectiveness and all. I mean, like whenever you are not giving the training program properly to your employees and all, the quality of the work will get affected and all. Commit may unfair labor practices and all. See, sometimes these are also in spite of taking all the measures, there are some unfair practices are happening and all. In a HR department, this is also one of the most important factors, that is the line and staff aspects of the HRM and all. Line authority, staff authority, and also line authority, as you know very well about top to bottom. Staff authority is from peer to peer. When you're talking about your vertically from top to bottom, that is line authority. One like a CEO, a managing director, manager, later different departmental heads, all, and then supervisors, and then the labor or the employees. So like this is called it your line authority. Staff authority is a parallelly equal rights when the people will have, and they need to work for the common objective or not. Gives the manager the right to advise the others managers or employees. It creates an advisory relationship and all. See, if I wanted to increase the production, I cannot take the decision. I have to consult with the HR. I have to consult with whether the human resources are available to enhance the production capacity and all. And they need to consider with the finance department whether the finances are there to pay back the salaries to that particular employee or not. And later, it is a need to be informed to the bank also regarding the particular things. See, these are the things will happen. I mean, like line and staff is a top to bottom is the line. Staff is peer to peer. Will exercise their particular what we can say, the right and responsibility. And the next thing is about not required. So already discussed about it. Line management will have authority and responsibility to guide the people. Staff managers will advise us, line managers and all. Like that is what I said. No, so like if I wanted to enhance the production capacity, I need to consult with the other staff members. That is a finance, production, human resources and all. So that is all called it as a staff management. Line management is top to bottom decision will be taken at the top management, and it will be followed by the middle and implemented at the bottom level management and all. No, we don't have a time for this. And so human resource managers, what are the duties and all, and the functions which are performed by the human resource management and all. Line function, line authority and implied authority, coordinative function and functional authority and all. Later the staff functions and staff authority and innovation and advocacy. See what we'll brief it and then we'll continue, right? What is that? So line function is something which is talking about from top to bottom, who has taken the decisions, and decisions can be followed by the middle and lower level management and all. He has an authority to implement, to advise, and to follow up, and can have a responsibility to manage the people and all. See, not required. So human resource specialities and all. So what exactly here, what exactly other functions will be performed by the human resource department? Recruiter, I mean the coordinator, employment coordinator, job analyst, compensation manager, training specialist, labor relations specialist, and all. See, like we have already discussed about all these issues, which the human resource management is going to perform and all. So, how it is going to be done? Recruiters search for the qualified job applicants. So, human resource development, I mean, department, the function, the first function, what they are going to perform is about. So, they wanted to fill the vacancies with the qualified persons. So, qualified applicants. So, who is going to right person to the right job? Equal employment opportunity. I'm going to announce and then equal employment opportunities. Whenever you are going to recruitment process, you have to make sure that the opportunity should be avoided by everyone. And the organizational, that is the job analysis, collect the examine the information about the job, prepare the job descriptions and all. See, like what kind of a job it is already vacancy is existing, what kind of a professional we require, that they are going to decide. That is called job analysis. What is the job analysis? What is the kind of a job vacancy is existing, what kind of a professional we require to fulfill that particular job, right? And the compensation, so how to, what are the different benefits are there, how to compensate the employee depends upon his salary, cadre, and the years of experience. This can be taken a decision. Next thing is a training specialist plan, whether internal training program, external training program, on the job training program, off the job training program. Trainers are from within the organization, senior people or trainers are from outside the organization. All the decisions are taken by the human resource department. And the labor relations specialists are also, I mean, like how do best you could able to manage the labors. Otherwise, this will create a problem. This will create a lockout, strikes, and all those things. And so, what are the trends are happening in the human resource management here? Globalization and compensation trends, technological trends, workforce and democracy. For an example, earlier everything is manually done, but now the invention of the technology and all, with a one click you could be able to access to the all the human resources of the particular company, not only from one department, from the entire the organization. You could able to find out when the person has joined, what cadre he has joined, what salary he has joined, what are the achievements, what are the pay perks he is receiving, what is the leave management, what is the exactly the bonus he has received till now, whether he has gone for any compensation available. All these things could be able to manage with the fingertips based on the some software packages and technological revolutions. And also need to be identified about here the workforce and demographic trends and all. See, earlier we used to have demographic trends. What are the demographic here? Name, age, income of the person, occupation will also be changing day by day. The people wanted to are more aspiring for the jobs and all, irrespective of the gender and all. They are coming, therefore coming forward to work on the system. So these are all also one of the part of it. Economic challenges, trends in the nature of the work. So like earlier, the manpower used to do it. Now everything is automations with the help of AI technology, artificial intelligence. Everything is happening and all. But for that, again, the brain behind for all those things, the human resources are mandatory. One who has to operate all the technological factors and all. And here the trends in human resource, shaping the like all these things are happening, not required. I'll share it with you. See, in a overall perspective, when we see what exactly is taking place in the human resource development or the management system, high tech jobs, service jobs, knowledge work, are the human capital. See, whatever you have, but the intellectual property, the intellectual, the rights of the people, the knowledge of the people, are human capital is the most important. Whatever you are doing, automation, robotics, or artificial intelligence, but the thing is, the knowledge of the worker is more important. Knowledge of the employee, one who can able to handle. So this also will be taken care by your human resource development or the human resource department and all. Service jobs, like hospitalization or any insurance companies or any service sector, you can take it into the consideration. high technological revolutionary jobs and also, but wherever you go, but the thing is human resources are going to be operated, managing the ethics not required. Yeah, now let us see about your the other part of your system. Let me just a minute, just a minute. Yeah. So when it comes to your, this is the brief introduction about your human resources, what we have discussed till now, and this is from your material. This is what we have discussed now. Organizational signification. I mean, like concept of HRM. We have discussed. Now, this is one important thing which we need to discuss. So, when it comes to the organization and the management, the Taylor has developed a four principles of scientific management. In organization behavior, you might have been studied about Taylor's five principles of scientific management and all. Here, where exactly your human resource management will exist, and what are the functions, what is the role of human resource management? Let us see it. So here, as per the Taylor's perspective, scientific methods of setting work standards and determining the fair the best way of doing the work and all. So what he was telling about it is methods of setting the standards means what exactly we have to perform, what extent we have to supposed to perform. That is setting the standards. Determining what we are supposed to perform, how we have to achieve the things, and selection and placement of the workers also a part of human resource development, the management and the training and maximum why we need to provide the training for the employees, because to maximize the potentiality, to maximize the efficiency of the employee, and to get familiar with the existing system. So that is what the training also will help us to maximize the efficiency of the employees, clear and division of the work and responsibility between management and workers is needed, because you need to disparate it, you need to have a differentiate the between who is the top level management, mid level management, and bottom level management. How he is going to regulate, how he is going to control, or how he is going to implement the things and that. So the next thing is about, so it is related to the behavioral science, not required, not to have a much discussion about that. But why we need to talk about the behavioral science, because we are talking about, we are thinking and we are much more focusing on the human behavior. That is what is a behavioral science. Also some professors, some financial authors, some management authors are given that human resource management is a study of behavioral science. Means why? Because we are going to study about the human nature, human behavior in an organizational context, right? And some theories are there which is talking about contingency approach and development of HRM in India. Contingency theories which is talking about immediate circumstances, how the one can react to the situation. Means believes that there is no one way of manufacturing of the managing the works, but rest in all institutions and all situations. And what will happen here? The way how the one is going to behave for the particular situation, that approach is called it as your situational approach or contingency approach. See, everything is not predetermined, everything is not prescribed. So what will happen, some situations or something will happen at a spontaneously. So according to that, how best one can react to the situation, that all is depends upon the spontaneity of the human resources. So that is what that theory says about your contingency approach era and all. So then HRM has developed in India and not required. So the next thing is yeah. So here HR practices as a member of your NIPM, that is the National Institute of your the personal management. Also they are given personal manager declares that. So what are the responsibilities of the personal manager and what exactly he has to perform? We have just now seen motivating the employee, extracting the work from the your employees. So all these things are the HR's responsibility and all. So the later different factors are going to influence on human resource development or human resource management. External environmental factors are there, internal environmental factors are there. What are the external environmental factors which can affect HRM? And the economic forces such as growth rate, strategic strategy, industrial production, national and peer capture income, money and capital markets, and compensation, industrial labor, globalization. All these are the external factors. You know very well about what are the external, internal. External means outside of the organization. Because of that, organizational factors, the system will get affected and all. See, the organizational factors where we are with the factors which are not in our control, which the factors are not in our control. Those factors are called it as your external factors. The external factors are industrial production, national, like a stabilization, capital markets. So organization, one organization could not able to control these factors. And the political factors, political parties, stabilities, their legislative, executive council, judiciary, all these things are not in our control. These, because of their decisions, the organization like globalization, industrialization, industrial revolution, taxes, VAT, like all these are like the government decisions, how much the tax need to be taken into the consideration, collected, and all this. Each political party will take a decision. It is not in our hands, so we have to obey, we have to get line with them. And technical, some technological revolutions which can influence the HR activities and organizations. And the technological forces if like earlier everything is manual, but now everything is computerized or systematic or systemized. And so for this, the thing is the how many people are know about the technology, whether we need to give them a training program to acquaint with the particular technological updates. And the next one is the demographic variables. Demographic variables are also, you know about that. So age, sex, literacy, and occupation of the persons, all these factors are comes under the demographic variables. And the people's management, what is here, we are dealing with the people, human resources. It is not, we are not dealing with the external forces, we are dealing with the human resources. Means, what do you mean by human resources? We are dealing exclusively with the human resources. What is a job and what kind of a job one has to perform, what are the talents it's required, what are the skills it is required to perform that particular job, whether the likes are, whether the person whom I am recruiting, the person, whether he likes or dislikes the job in doing it, what kind of a motivation one will have, and requires the motivation, and what kind of a training and development we have to provide the training to acquaint the work and all. And all these things are the responsibility of the HR manager and all. The next thing is about, this is in other way around, we can call it the HR, human resource management, as a people's management in Indian context. People's means because we are handling with the people, we are handling with the human resources, we are not handling with the machineries. It's not like a operation center, we are handling exclusively with the human behavior, right? So that is what the brief introduction about your HR. How we need to organize this HRM? So the first one is, as it is, HRM is, it is a formal organization structure which is going to facilitate the powers, responsibilities of each person. A formal organization structure means it is required a large number of people. I mean, like entire the organizational people will be there. Among them, one will be selected as a formally. He is the, her, she is the organizational, at the top of top level management. One who is going to take a decisions, and others are going to follow, and others are going to be implemented. So this is about a completely a structure, formal structure, defined structure. Means like who is going to perform what, right? And the next thing is about talking about facilitating management. Means one who is going to, first at the top level, one will be taking a decision, and then what decisions are taken that need to be implemented, that is what called it as a facilitating management. Facilitating the growth in future, we are trying to attain the organizational goals and all. And full utilization of technological improvement means whatever it is available technology in an organization or in a current scenario, they try to utilize the maximum technology, and whatever it is possible, so they can replace the old technology and they can acquaint with the new technology. And encouragement to proceed, this is also the job of the I mean, like in other institutions, or you might have been seen motivating the people. It is not motivating, it is you are encouraging them to perform their duties. So right, so this is also one of the part of your HRM. Creativity and simulation. Creativity means how best you put it. Creativity means this is not, there is no fundamental rule. Remember one thing, in a HR when you are talking about it, there is no fundamental a or x, a plus b a whole square. So here it is because we don't have any machines or readings or nothing like that. Here only the human being people, one will have certain mind, another will have different mind. At that particular time both will have the same mindset. See, that is what it is called it as a clarity in the psychological satisfaction and the factors which are going to influence uh, the organizational people and all, right? And creativity stimulation and all. So what is the creativity stimulation here? A sound representation breed and explorations. What is the stimulators create thinking and initiatives by providing the well directed area of the work and all. See, like what will happen here, they are going to provide stimulates creative thinking and objectives, I mean institutes, what exactly they have to perform, how creatively they are, one has to perform, they are going to think, design. All activities can be done by the HR department and all. Good organization structure. See, it is not it is a good or bad. It is the most feasible, we can say it. Most feasible, adaptable human resource organizational structures and all. What is the organizational structure? Yeah, just a minute. The figure is missing here. Figure is missing in your system, I mean in your material, but you can just make it. Organization structure is like a top level management, middle level management, and the I mean bottom level management. Top level management, one who is going to perform or take a decisions. Middle level management will carry over and can circulate to the bottom level, and bottom level managers of the sales executive will achieve the organizational objectives with the help of the line managers or the staff managers and all. And good organizational structure will have proper simplicity, flexibility, and law of anxiety and ultimate responsibility and all. See, like these are the things which are very very important and all. Like yeah, just a minute, just a minute. So for that, what you require here, the flexibility is the simplicity. Organizational structure requires simplicity, flexibility, and line of authority, ultimate responsibility, and delegation of authority. See, if I wanted to control, if I wanted to implement any system or a structure, one should have a responsibility, one should have a authority. Otherwise, he or she cannot able to perform the are completely able to understand or could not able to implement the things. So that is what called it as a line of authority. Line of authority means that is the top management. One will issue the take the decisions, one will issue the orders, another one will be taking the orders and to implement it. Ultimate responsibility has to be bear by the HR department, achieving or not achieving, and designation of authority and all. So designation of authority means if I am not able to perform, you are giving a task or responsibility of delegating to some other person. So like you can say it a span of control, or you can say it is a like a decentralization, because one cannot take a place or role in different places and all. In that case, what will happen? Delegation of I'm giving a authority to the particular so and so to take care of my this particular plan for such a period. So that is called a delegation of authority and all. So that can also be decided by your HR department. Managerial levels. What are the managerial levels? So the one who is having a top level management or middle lower level management, so they have to decide to grow up with a top level management. So what else we have to do it, how we have to work, and how we have to achieve. And the next one is the unity of direction and command. So here what will happen, unity of direction means all you have to work together to achieve the common object. It's not that myself will do this and other one will do another thing. So like you could not able to achieve the common objective and all. That is what we need to have a unity of command and unity of a command and all. It is called it as is everyone will take a decision to achieve the organizational goals and all, and the proper emphasis on the staff and all. So you have to identify who is the best, moderate, and the poor performer, and what who are required training programs, when we need to provide the training programs to uplift their skills and responsibilities and the knowledge and all. That also will be taken care. Unity of your direction of the command and for proper complaints on the staff and all. See here the one more thing is very much interesting, that is the line function of anything. If you receive any orders from the top management and all, how best you can implement the activities or responsibilities assigning to the particular person, that how efficiently you could able to do it. Organizational structure not required, already done. That is organizational structure in the slides. So now let us see, depends upon the characteristics of a individuals. So they'll take a decision that what who is going to perform what. So that is what called customer segments are the following are the factors and considered in a considered in the making organization and it's the basis of here it can be given based on the specialization. See, if I'm good at a finance, the specialization where the authority will be given to perform the role of the finance or HR depends upon their specialization. The responsibilities will be decentralized and can be given over the uh, their as it is a responsibility, right? So this is not required. We have done it in the slides. Line authority features. What are the five features of the line authority? Chain of command, chain of communication, and maintains the responsibility. Because if you have been given a task or the responsibility to perform the particular job, the authority, if it is given, and the authority and the responsibility, one will perform the particular job. And also this is also not only line management of the line authority is mandatory, the staff is also required, because you need to have a coordination among other people and can talk to them and then take a decision whether it is possible or not possible with the staff, that is peers, other departments heads and all. And here sometimes what are the apprehensions here? Apprehensions means sometimes it is not possible, sometimes it is not able to perform well. So there is a lack of some command, so lack of proper use of staff means the staff will have a potentiality, responsibility, skills, talents, but manager doesn't know how to extract the work from them. That is what called it is a lack of proper use of the staff. Under staff is there underutilization and resistance to new ideas. What this means new ideas are coming up, new technologies are coming up, but the HR people doesn't want to accept it. So HR managers no, they doesn't want to accept that. This is all something. Sometimes it happens. That is what call it as a limitations, or we can call it as a apprehensions and all. Lack of proper use of the staff. Second one is your resistance to the new change or the new ideas and all. They will not accept, so whatever is going on, so they wanted to continue with the existing one and all. Lack of proper authority means they are not exercising the power, and they need to create a fail to create a balance between the management and the staff. So this is all sometimes it happens. We can't say it is a very regular process. It it happens now and then because of the inability of the human resource manager. Human resource manager should be very much efficient to handle any kind of a issue, right? Functional typology, this is also not required, yeah. Here we are talking about the staff management and how it is happening and all. The functional type is the like a chief executive or CEO of the company, and different departmental heads will be there, personal department, administration, accounts, see, this is what called it as a staff management. Staff management means the peers are there, boss will be one, but you need to with the same cater persons with the different departments, you need to take a consent from them to work together, otherwise you cannot improvise the quality or quantity of the work and all. So right, so this is about a clear chart which says about a structure of the stock management and all. The next one is pure product type organization. What is here? A production manager. Now we are talking about the production department, pricing, machines, product A, product B, and prediction and the filters. I mean, like here, not only the chief executive officer, the different department heads, we doesn't have much experience. We don't have much comments on this. But when it comes to uh, um, the fourth one, the pure product type of the organization and then what kind of a product is best suitable for them, that is very important. What kind of a product it is like, for example, King Wool. I mean, like here the like, different products are given just for your understanding only. So, but the thing is, what we need to focus much is about your peers. So you don't you have, but some people will exercise the over the power, but some people will moderately utilize, and they'll have their own the management style to follow these the categories and all. Matrix type of organization. What is the matrix type here? This is one more method of doing the certain things. Like for an example, like now you see, this is a chart. What is here? Different departments are there. This is the establishment of the organization will be according to their roles and all. See, first one will have a managing director, and under him different departmental heads will be working. Finance, R&D, research and development team, and then marketing team, and then production team, and then finance team. So it is this is a called, with this chart you can understand very well that who are comes under the line management and who will come under the staff management and that. So here the line management talks about top to bottom, and the staff management will talks about left to right. So different departments, one cannot individually take a decision. It is in consent with other departments only decisions can be taken. And the next thing is about your what is the role of the HR director and all. What is the role of the HR director? As we have already seen in the definition part, role of the HR is recruitment, development management, and the compensation management, and the industrial relations and all, and the employee maintenance, and employee service. So all these are the functions related to the HR director. Means they have to acquire the people, they have to train the people, develop the people, and then compensation can be given, industrial relations can be maintained. All these are the functions of the HR department. And oriented HR oriented structure, what exactly the structure will have? HR director, and HR is responsible for technical of the person, managerial person, labor force, women employees, and then handicapped personnel or industrial relations. They'll have a different the roles which the organization structure they have to follow it and all. So what is the need of the organizational structure of the HRM and all? So the thing is like what exactly will happen here? The roles depends upon the responsibilities the HR will function and all. So the next thing is about the planning and development, that the HR systems perspective and all. We'll discuss it later. So in the next class, the time is up now. So exactly. So you just go through it. Just go through it, whatever we discussed it, and then we'll discuss the other topics in the next class. And okay. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me, and otherwise we'll stop here. Yeah, tell me if you have any doubts. See, overall, we can dealing with the human resources. Entire the activities which are related to the human resources, only we need to talk about. So, related to their acquiring, related to the job, related to the responsibilities, related to the line, authority, all these things we are trying to manage with the under the title of the human resource management. So, this is a broader perspective. Later in the next classes, what will happen? Next functions, function of the HR, that is the planning, training, and development. One after the other functions will come, right? So it's a very simple. Don't take it as a subject. Take it as a how this happens in an organization. Okay. So can we wind up the class now? Hope it is clear.
Okay.
Okay then. Huh?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So
Thank you,
we'll meet
ma'am. Thank you.
next week. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is my screen
Good
is
afternoon,
visible?
sir. Good afternoon,
Yeah,
sir.
good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon.
Very good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Is my screen is visible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry for the delay, some technical issues. Okay, in the last class we have seen about cost of debt capital and cost of preference capital, right? In the cost of debt capital, we have seen that fixed interest is the company has to pay to the investor who is investing in their debt capital, and the preference share capital we have seen as the fixed dividend the company has to pay to the investor. Now here the third part of the capital is equity share capital. We are going to calculate this cost of equity share capital. So equity share capital means if you buying any stock of the company, like if in the stock market, like if you buying Tata shares or Reliance's, that is a equity capital. For this, unlike this debt capital and preference share capital, for this equity share capital, whenever the company makes the profit, there is no fixed. If the company makes more profit, the investor get more return. If the company is not making profit, the investor will not get anything. And also, if the company making less profit, they will get less return for equity shareholders. So here two methods are there. One is Gordon model and capital. Another one is capital asset pricing model to calculate the cost of equity share capital.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, one question. Actually, you said like if company makes less profit, then the investor will get less amount, right, sir?
Yes. Your very nice. Your voice is not clear. I think you are asking if the company makes less profit, equity shareholder will get the less return, right?
Yeah,
You are asking in that point of view.
But yesterday we discussed about preference shares, right? So that
Yeah, preference share is fixed dividend is there. There is if for equity shareholders there is no fixed dividend, but preference shareholders there is fixed dividend. If it is 10%, only 10%. Even though company makes huge profit or not, that's not a matter. Only they will get fixed percentage.
So the company.
Sir, your voice is so noisy, sir. I could not hear you properly.
Can you explain again, please?
Which one, sir?
Both, like that, the fixed and preferential.
Preferential share means if you purchase, there will be a fixed dividend, fixed percentage of dividend. But in the equity share capital, there is no fixed percentage. Based on the profit you will get, as an investor, you will get the return from the company. Understand, sir?
Right, sir.
Here, calculating cost of capital, we have two models. One is God model, another one is capital asset price model. You'll see one by one. Under God model, there is again two method. One is based on fixed dividend, another one is dividend based on the growth. Okay, here formula for the garden model, under garden model, cost of equity equal to D dividend divided by P naught. P naught is the market price. We have already seen in the debt capital and preference share capital. So here, yes.
Who is Gordon? Who is Gordon?
Garden is a financial economist, sir. Economist. That is it is one of the model they have for calculating the cost of equity. So cost of equity is formula is dividend divided by market price, that is P naught. So in this first method, only fixed dividend they will be giving. In the second method, there is a growth rate will be given. Growth rate, dividend growth rate will be given. We will see first method first. So for example, for this is, if a company is expected to pay dividend of ₹5 per share of face value ₹100 each, and calculate the cost of equity if the market price of this share is 100, 110, and flotation cost is ₹5. Only flotation cost is for only this equity share capital, not for others, because for rising in the market, first time they are going for the market, no, for that they have to pay some fees. That is the flotation cost. Only flotation cost will be occur in the equity model. So here what they are telling, ₹5 dividend. They have given the dividend ₹5 per share. They are issuing. The company is issuing to the shareholders. So then the market price, current market price is, that is P naught. According to the formula, dividend divided by current market price, that is also given 110. So here flotation cost is given. This flotation cost has to be deducted from the current market price. So here what is the current market price? 110. That is given in the problem itself. So dividend divided by 110 minus 5, that is flotation cost. It is given now. So if you do this calculation, you will get the 0.047. That means if you convert it into the percentage, you will get the 4.7% of the return from the equity. Otherwise, company has to pay 4.7% of to the investor. So next model is under garden model. Next method is dividend growth method. Okay, in this dividend growth method, cost of equity KE equal to, here D divided by P naught, dividend divided by market price. Here D1 divided by P naught plus G. Okay, so D1 is the this next expected dividend. D is the current year dividend, and D1 is the next expected dividend. So how they are calculating? The current dividend will be given D naught into the growth rate. Next expected dividend means the growth rate they will be given 10%, 11% like that. So next year the dividend will be grown for 10%. That is mentioned here. D1 equal to D naught into 1 plus G. Okay, that is next expected dividend. Then P naught as usual current market price per share, and G is the constant growth rate. Okay, here we can see this problem here. A company has paid a dividend of ₹1 per share last year. So they have given ₹1 dividend, and it is expected to grow at 10% next year. So here growth percentage G is 10%. Calculate the cost of equity if the market price of the share is ₹55. So here market price also they have given, dividend also they have given, the growth rate 10% also they have given. So we need to calculate first D1. D1 equal to current year dividend into 1 plus growth rate. Growth rate is 10%. Okay. So that is we have to substitute here 1 into 1 plus 0.1 divided by P naught is a current market price. I have told you, no. So that is 55 plus G. According to the formula, it is G, right? G is 10 percentage. If you convert 10 percentage into value, it is 0.1. So if you calculate this, you will get the 12 percentage return from the equity share. If you invest in this company, particular company, you will get 12 percentage return. If the in the company point of view, it is a 12 percentage cost for the equity share capital. Okay, understand this one, sir?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, what is the flotation rate, sir?
What,
Flotation
what,
rate.
sir?
What is flotation?
Flotation cost is if the companies wants to raise a fund through this share market, they have to pay some money as a brokerage charge, legal charge, those things, auditor fees. That is the flotation cost. Only it is available for the equity calculation, not for debt or preferential share.
Okay, sir. So in question it will be given, sir, whenever there
Yes,
is.
yes. Yeah. Flotation cost. If it is given, you have to take it for the calculation. Otherwise, no need to consider about that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So next model is for calculation of cost of equity, capital asset pricing model. Here, in this model, they will be considering risk factor. Capital asset pricing model describes the risk return trade-off for securities. It describes the linear relationship between the risk and return for the securities. The cost of equity under a CAPM, the formula is K equal to RF plus beta into RM minus RF. K is the cost of capital, as we know. RF is a risk-free rate of return, and beta is a beta coefficient. RM is a rate of return on the market portfolio, and RM minus RF, this part alone, market risk premium. So we have one example sum. The cost of calculate the cost of equity capital of H Limited, whose risk-free rate of return equals to 10 percentage. The firm beta is 1.7 percentage, 1.75 beta value, and the return on the market portfolio, that is RM. It is given, no, that is 15 percentage. So if you substitute this value, risk-free rate, RF, according to the formula, first one is RF. RF is they have given 10 percentage. And beta is they have given 1.75 as the value. And RF is market portfolio return, they have given as a 15 percentage. So here RM minus again risk-free rate, that is 10 percentage. If you do this minus, you will get the value of 18.75. According to this one, 18.75 is the cost of equity according to capital asset pricing model. So next method is next component of capital is cost of retained earnings. We have seen under cost of capital, first capital is debt capital, second one is preferential capital, third one is equity, the last one is retained earning. Retained earning is whenever the company wants to reinvest their profit into the business, that is retained earnings. Instead of giving as a dividend to the shareholders, they will take back this retained profit into that business, that is retained earnings. So since it is one of the component of equity capital, the formula for this also same, retained earnings also KR equal to D1. We have seen, no, the expected dividend divided by market price plus growth rate. So calculation is based on the equity share capital only, because the profit of the equity shareholders only reinvested in the business again. Okay, so for this also same like calculation is same like equity share capital.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sir, in the material, the formula is written differently. So, is your presentation is in alignment with the materials that is provided to us? Because in the first heading which you have mentioned, you have written it as cost of equity share capital, whereas in the material it is mentioned as cost of equity capital. We are not from finance background, sir. So
Both are same, man. Equity capital.
And you have mentioned.
Equity.
Yeah, while talking about the models, you have mentioned about garden model, whereas in the material we have certain methods. The first method being the risk-free rate plus risk premium method.
Yes.
Yes, the second one being dividend valuation method. The third one,
Okay.
which you have mentioned it just right now, capital asset pricing model. So that is
Okay.
okay. We could trace that out. But the previous two models, we could not trace it in your presentation. However, you have mentioned about Gardens model. So both are the same because we are not able to trace this out in our materials.
Okay, I'll check the material.
And coming to this cost of retained earnings, the
Oh,
formula
yeah.
is quite different. It is
Okay.
in page number. If you are having material which is distributed to all of us, it is in page number 107, sir.
Okay, I'll see
So
this.
if you could cross check it.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Shall I? So shall I discuss that one in the next class? I'll continue this class now.
Your wish, sir, because many of us are not from finance department, so it is
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
finding it very difficult to align. The only thing which is quite possible for us to is to follow the material, and that if that is aligned with the presentation given by you, it would
Okay,
be.
I'll give my presentation and also I'll see this one.
Sure, sir.
What is the page number, ma'am? You have mentioned. I'll note it down. What is the page number? What is the
Page
page number on?
number
Sir, cost of capital start from 99 page number.
yes, and cost of retained earnings which you are presenting it right now is in page number
Yeah.
106 to 107.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Sir, can you show the
One or-
CPM model working once more?
Yeah, I'll show you. Wait.
And also, sir, please explain what we are trying to achieve through CAPM model, because it is like we understood in another parts that we are trying to calculate the cost of equity in another two that you have shown already, but in this one we are not quite sure what we are trying to achieve here through this model.
So if you want to invest in particular company, you have to calculate a risk and return. No, that is for this. Through this, you can assess.
So basically, to assess the risk of the particular company,
Risk return. How much if you invest in this particular company, how much return you will get? You will compare 2-3 companies whether we can go for this or that. Our investment analysis. This one.
Okay,
So
sir.
this one I'll check the material, this method for this cost of capital, and I'll tell you in the next class based on the material. So now I'll continue this class. Okay, is it okay, ma'am?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
So this one weighted. Next one is weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital means we have seen all the 4 capital: debt, preference, equity, and retained earnings. Okay, we have calculated all the cost of capital for each component of the capital, and we have to combine together. That is weighted average cost of capital. So here we can see, so in company there will be a capital, that is component. 4 components is there, no? So there will be, we have to find out the proportion of each capital. So if it is let's take 100 rupees is the capital of the company, debt is 40 rupees. If it is if you consider debt capital is 40 rupees, means that is 40% of the total capital. That is the proportion of the debt. Then likewise we have to calculate for the proportion for debt capital, equity capital, retained earnings, and preference share capital. And also next one is this cost of capital. We have seen 4 model. We have to calculate the cost of each capital. It will be showing certain percentage, right? I have mentioned here, cost of capital for retained earnings is 10%, equity share capital is 11%, preference share capital is 9%, and long-term debt. Debt means debt capital here 6%. These are the cost of capital. These are the proportion. I told if it is 100 rupees, long-term debt is 40 rupees, means that is 40%. Here in this sum, they have given long-term debt, that is debt capital is 50%. So entire capital, if it is 100 rupees, means so debt itself 50 rupees. Okay, then equity share capital is 10%, which means 10 rupees is the equity share capital. Okay, so we have for calculating weighted average capital, we have to multiply this cost of capital and percentage of capital structure. Percentage of capital structure means the proportion of each capital, 25%, 10%, 15%, and 50%. If you multiply this 10 into 25%, it will be 2.5%. Likewise, we have to calculate, and the overall cost of capital, if you add these things, you will get 7.95%. This is a weighted average cost of capital, which means all the capital, how much cost is occurred for each capital, we have to calculate, and we have to multiply that cost of capital with the proportion of the capital. Then finally, you have to add all the capitals. That is weighted average cost of capital.
So are we calculating the average or we are just adding the total cost of capital?
What, sir?
Sir, in this calculation for WACC,
Yeah.
once we calculate the total, we just add it up or we take an average of that? I think we just add it up.
No, we just add it up. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
So up to this first unit is completed. So I'll see this one, cost of capital, what are the methods available in the book, and I'll tell you in the next class.
Okay.
This one is, next one is capital budgeting, which is in the second unit. Okay, I'm here starting this second unit. So capital budgeting, we have seen this one in the first unit, right? Where we
second unit is not. So one more thing.
Yeah.
That the capital budgeting you are telling this unit number 2, it is not printed in the book. So I straight away is going to unit 3 in my book.
What, sir?
So
it is not in the
capital
second unit you are telling.
Actually, it is in the third unit, sir. And right now, whatever class which you took, all those topics are there in the second unit, sir.
This cost of capital and all.
Yes, yes. All those content was in the second unit, and this one is, I think, in the third unit.
Okay, you have the soft copy of this material, ma'am, you are talking about.
Hello, sir.
University website, I think it's there.
Okay, I'm getting, yeah, if you have, just share me the link. I am also taking this university website only. This
Those who have received, there is a chapter called Capital Budgeting Unit 2. But sir, the issue is that most of the candidates have not yet to receive any of the timetable, and we are not aware what are being taught. So what you are presenting, what you are talking, and most of the people are not from the finance background, so it is difficult to actually catch what you are teaching. So we should have a brief introduction before the class. So accordingly, we may prepare also.
Sir, you have to read this also, sir, because they have given only 6 hours more. We have to. I am explaining each and everything here. You also, before that, you have to study about this, I think. And also material, you just send me the link. Can you, anybody?
Sir, for that reason only we are requesting to share the timetable.
Yeah. What's that?
Sir, actually, capital budgeting is in the second unit, but the models you have explained before the contents, sir, the theory part. So I think it is there in the university website. Somebody would download and try to download
Sir?
and send it to me, sir.
I have sent it, sir. I have just sent it in chat box.
Okay, I'll check this one. Wait a minute. Sir, in this material, can you see the capital budgeting is in the second unit, right? I am seeing this, your what you have sent to me. You can go through it. Capital budgeting is in the second unit only, right? Anybody, can you see and tell me?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So, shall I continue?
Sure.
What, ma'am?
Your
First unit and
If
Sir,
you
you
go to one
continue.
or two
You
page,
continue, sir.
sir, if you go to one to second unit,
Yeah. Okay. I'll continue this one. So now we are going to see about this capital budgeting. Capital budgeting we have seen in the last class where we have seen what is the capital budgeting. Can you tell me?
Planning the investment.
Yeah, it is a investment decision. We have seen that finance functions, right? 3 types of finance function: investment decision, finance decision, and different decision. This capital budgeting is the under is also alternative name for the investment decision. So investment decision is in the name itself. It is shown that if you are a finance manager of a particular company, in front of you have some alternatives where to invest, in which project to invest. You have to analyze that. That is investment decision. That's also called as capital budgeting. For this analyzing this investment decision, you will see the cost, how much it is incurred for this investment. If you make some investment, it is if it is 1 lakh rupees, so it is a cost of your investment, and also you will get some return, right, from that investment if you invest in particular investment. So we have to calculate that return also and compare this initial cost, that is cost of the investment, and the return of the investment. That is we'll do in this investment decision or capital budgeting technique. So here, for analyzing this investment decision or capital budgeting, we have further 5 techniques. Okay. So here capital budgeting is form decision to invest, that is cash outflow. If you invest some machineries or some project, that is cash outflow from your company, right? That is invest its current funds most efficiently in the long-term asset. This capital budgeting for long-term asset only, like buildings, plants, machinery, that is long-term asset, right, of the company. Okay, and in anticipation of expected flow of benefits, that is cash inflow over the series of year. So once you invested in a machinery or plant or building, that asset will generate benefit in the subsequent years. So we have to compare this initial cash outflow, that is investment, and future benefits as a cash inflows to the company. So it is the process of deciding whether or not to invest in a particular project, as the investment possibility may not be rewarding. The manager has to choose a project which gives a rate of return which is more than the cost, which means cost means initial investment. That manager has to choose a project based on the return is more than the cost. That is cost and benefit analysis they have to. So what are the nature of investment decisions? If company wants to expand their company, that is one of the investment. For expanding, they have to invest in some assets, some assets like plant, machineries, like that. Acquisition of other companies, modernization to update the technology in the company, and replacement of particular machineries. That is long-term asset. These are the some of the nature of investment for the company. And sale of division or business is also the investment decision. That means divestment. If you want to sell some division or business, that is also one of the you will get money. That is also under investment decisions. So next, like change in the methods of sales of distribution, methods of sales distribution or advertisement campaign or the research and development program, which is having long-term implication for the firm expenditure and benefits. So if you are doing this kind of activity, sales distribution, advertisement campaign or research and development program, which is in the long-term implication to the business, that is also investment decision, nature of the investment. So investment decision rule. What are the rules under this investment decision? It should give the profit to the company. That is that should be maximize the shareholders' wealth. That should maximize this particular investment, maximize the company's wealth value. So it should consider all cash flows. to determine the true profitability. So here all cash flows means inflows and outflows. Inflows is subsequent year benefit, and outflow is your initial investment, right? That is outflow. So it will consider both cash flows for finding out the profitability. So this should separating the good project from the bad project. Based on this investment decision rule, investment decision technique, we can find out the which is good project, that means which is providing good return, and we can choose it. It helps the ranking of the projects. Ranking of the project means if you have 2-3 projects, you can which is giving more return, that is number one. So you can rank also. And it should recognize the fact that bigger cash flows are preferable to smaller one, which means which project is giving more cash flows than others. We have to choose which is giving bigger cash flows and earlier cash flows. If you invest 1 lakh rupees, if you get it within 2 years, that is yearly cash flows, then 4 or 5 years. So we have to choose bigger cash flows and also earlier cash flows. So this is the capital budgeting technique. We have to see. Yeah.
So 1 minute. Can you ask Mr. Rajiv to mute, please?
What's Mr.
Rajiv
Rajiv?
Kumar. Yeah. Please mute.
Sir, please mute yourself, sir. So this is a capital budgeting technique. We have seen capital budgeting, otherwise called investment decision. So for this, we have seen we are going to calculate the cost and benefit, how much we are investing, how much return we will get. For that, they have given 5 models. 5 models. We will see one by one. First one is non-discounting criteria. That is also called as the traditional model and discounting criteria. That is modern technique. Under non-discounting criteria, we have 2 models: payback period and accounting rate of return. And another under discounting criteria, here net present value, benefit and cost ratio, and internal rate of return. So here, what is the difference between these two, discounted and non-discounted? In the non-discounted, there is no time value of money consideration. But in the discounting, there is consideration of time value of money. Time value of money means if the money which is you are having today is the more value than you are receiving in the future. If you have 10 lakh rupees today, it is not the value same with you will receive after 3 years. If you are receiving after 3 years 10 lakh rupees, what you will choose? Today you will receive 10 lakh rupees, and also you will receive after 3 years. So you have 2 options. Which you will choose? Obviously, you will choose today only, because value of today is more than the future. So if you have today money, that 10 lakh rupees, you can invest to particular place, or you can deposit in particular banks, you will get some return, right? So after 3 years, this 10 lakh will be some 11 lakh or 12 lakh. So time value of money in the discounting criteria method, they will consider time value of money. But in the non-discounting criteria, they will not consider time value of money. Okay. So we'll see one by one. If you see this, we can able to understand. So under non-discounting criteria, we have seen payback period and accounting rate of return or average rate of return. The first method is payback period. Payback period, in the name itself, it is showing that payback period. If you invest particular money in how many years you can getting back, return back your investment. That is payback period. So in this output of this method is, it will be in the period, number of years, within number of years. So if you invest 1 lakh rupees, in how many years you will get this money? So it will be written in the number of years. So payback period determine the length of the time required to recover your initial cash outlay in the project. Initial cash outlay means initial investment, initial cash outflow. We can say anything. So
This method is used to calculate the time required to earn back the cost incurred in the investment through success is cash inflow. If you invest in particular asset, it will generate. If you purchase some machinery, you are producing some clothes. For buying machinery, you have to invest, and through that machinery, you will produce some clothes. You will sell and you will earn the cash inflows return, right? So for formula for this payback period is initial cash outlay, that is cash outflow or initial investment divided by annual cash inflows. So here payback period, I have given one example. This one, assume that project requires an outlay of 50,000 rupees and yields annual cash inflows rupees 12,500 for 7 years. So what they have given here, initial outlay, they have given project requires an outlay. That means initial investment or initial cash outflow. This is cash outflow, that is 50,000 rupees, and yields annual cash inflows rupees 12,500 for 7 years. So for the next 7 years, you will get 12,500 rupees, right? So if you calculate this payback period, 50,000 divided by 12,500, within 4 years, you will be getting your initial investment. That is called payback period, time length. In the definition itself, it is written that time period required for recovering your initial investment. Okay. So next one is here. This method is for unusual cash flows, unequal cash flows. Here, initially you have invested 50,000 and the yearly cash inflows is it is same for each year, 12,500 for all the years. But here in this one they have given unequal cash flows. So every year the cash inflow will be different. So suppose that the project requires a cash outlay of 20,000 rupees and generate cash inflows of rupees 8,000, 7,000, 4,000 and 3,000 during the next 4 years, which means here initial outlays they have given 20,000, but cash inflows are different, 8,000, 7,000 like that, okay? But here in the first sum it is equal for all the years. So in the first sum what you have done, 50,000 divided by 12,500 directly you have put, since it is a equal cash inflows. But here what you have to do, you have to add all the cash inflows. So first year how much it is, 8,000, plus second year it is 7,000. So 8 plus 7 it is 15,000, plus third year is 19,000. So up to 3 years you will be getting 19,000, but your initial investment is 20,000. Till still you want one more thousand. So if you add this fourth year 3,000 rupees, 19,000 plus 3,000, it will be 22,000. It is more than your initial investment, which means in the fourth year you will get your 20,000, but we don't know exact place, right? How many months in how many months we will get. So for that we have to do 8,000 plus 7,000 plus 4,000 is, this is 19,000, plus remaining only 1,000 we need from our initial investment, right? That is 1,000 divided by 3,000. The fourth year cash inflow is 3,000. We have to only need 1,000 rupees. That is 1,000 from the fourth year cash inflow is 3,000, right? So 1,000 divided by 3,000 into 12. Why they are going for 12? 12 is for calculating the months, number of months, this 1,000. So this 3,000 is entire year you will get, but only 1,000 rupees you need, no? So for in few months you will get that 1,000 rupees, right? So for calculating that number of months, you have to multiply with 12. So if you do this for first 3 years, 8,000, 7,000, 4,000, this is 19,000. So for that we have given 3 years plus 12 into 1,000 divided by 3,000. If you do this, you will get 4 as a value, that is 4 months. So your initial investment, your payback period for this second sum is 3 years, 4 months. This is for unequal cash flows. So next one is, this is for we have seen for this one, no? single project. If they have given alternative A, alternative B like that, you have to calculate both the payback period, like I have told you in the previous slide. You have to compare this alternative A or alternative B, or they will be given like project A, project B. So you have to calculate and you have to rank this. For this, which one is you can choose as a financial manager, you have to choose which one is. So obviously we will choose the which alternative having the shorter payback period. If alternative A is having 3 years and alternative for B is having 5 years, we will choose obviously alternative A only, that is shorter payback period. So as a ranking method, it gives the highest ranking to the project which has the payback period. So if it is a shortest payback period, that is your rank 1. You have to give the highest rank. If it is the lowest ranking, that means the other rank you have to give for the highest payback period, which is having the highest payback period. Okay, the project would be accepted if the payback period is less than the maximum or standard payback period set by the management. So management, they will be setting some benchmark payback period for their company. If it is 5 years, the management is setting they have set benchmark period as 5 years, and you want to calculate the opportunities. If you have opportunity to invest in some projects, you have to calculate that project's payback period and compare with the benchmark payback period. Once the calculated payback period for your upcoming project, when it is less than your less than or equal to benchmark payback period. If it is benchmark payback period is 5 years set by the company, the calculated payback period which will be less than 5 or less than or equal to 5. That means 5 or 5, 4, 2, 3, 1 like that. If it is like that, then only you have to accept that project. Otherwise, you have to, if it is more than benchmark payback period, you have to reject the project. So what are the merits and demerits for this payback period is, it is one of the earliest method of evaluating the investment projects. Okay, it is simple. It is simple means just only dividing the cash inflows and outflows. So it is simple both in concept and application. It is it does not involve tedious calculation and has few hidden assumption only. It does not involve any cost for the computation of payback period. For this computation of payback period, as a manager, we can do our own. No need of expert calculation like others auditors and all, right? So if you go for outside experts, it involves the cost. So since we can do ourselves, it does not involve any cost. It is one of the widely used method in small scale industry. This is used for the small scale industry only. It can be computed on the basis of accounting information available from the book, which means our accounting information, annual report itself, you can calculate. The demerits of this method is this method fails to take into account cash flows received by the company after the payback period. So if the company, if the project is payback period of the project is 3 years, it only consider up to 3 years. After that, maybe the huge profit will be coming for the project. If you have the two project, project A, project B, project A is 3 years payback period, project B is 4 years. But after payback period, what you will do? Obviously, you will choose A only because it is smaller payback period. So after 3 years, it may generate very less profit, but after 4 years, project B may generate huge profit. So it is one of the disadvantage for this. So it does not take into account the interest factor involved in the investment outlay. So which means your investment outlay is today is 50,000, but you are calculating for 4 years, 5 years that cash inflows, no? So, but you are comparing that 50,000 only, not for 4 years. There's a interest factor, how much it will, your initial investment grow for 4 years. That is not considering here. It is not consistent with the objective of maximizing the market value of the company shares. That is a absolute aim of the financial management. So next method is accounting rate of return or average rate of return. So in the payback period, what we have seen cash inflows, cash outflow and cash inflows. Cash outflow means initial investment, and cash inflows means once your product is making from your investment, you are selling and you will get the cash inflows, right? But in the accounting rate of return, we are going to take the profit only. Cash inflows is different from the profit. So they have given directly how much you are selling and how much your cash inflow is coming to the company. They are taking in the payback period. But here only profit. Profit means even though your cash flow is some 1 lakh rupees, you have to pay some cost. You have to cut the cost. After that only you can get the profit. So in this sum, here we are going to consider the profit. In the payback period, we have considered cash flows. So accounting rate of return is measure the profitability of the investment on the basis of the information taken from the financial statement rather than the cash flows. So it is taking profits rather than the cash flows. Cash flows is taken by the payback period method. So formula for this average rate of return is average income. Average income is profit. Profit after tax only we will have to take. Average income divided by average investment. Average investment means we know that we are going to invest our money. Okay, here they have given one sum. First one is book value of fixed investment. So 5 years the company is investing 90,000, 80,000, 70,000, 60,000 and 50,000. Okay, this is a investment of the company and profit after tax, that is average income. We have mentioned in the formula itself, right? So profit after tax, that is. So profit for 5 years is 20,000, 22,000, 24,000, 26,000 and 28,000. Okay, so we have to what we have to calculate average income and also average investment. So average means what we have to do? We have to sum of all the values and divide by the number of values. Here for average income is profit after tax. I have told you, no. So 20,000 plus 22,000 plus 24,000 plus 26,000 plus 28,000 divided by 5, because 5-year profit is there. So if you do that, you can see here 1 divided by 5, 20 plus 22, 24, 26, 28. Likewise, we have to take the average for the investment also. Investment is 90,000, 80,000, 70,000, 60,000 and 50,000. So 1 divided by 5 into 90, 80, 70, 60 and 50. If you do this, you will get the 34%. So here accounting rate of return or average rate of return, which means rate of return. Rate of return means how much percentage. So in this model, accounting rate of return or average rate of return, you will get the answer as a percentage, 34% of the accounting rate of return for this project. But in the payback period, number of years required to recover your initial investment. Here, rate of return.
34% is for the whole 5 years or for the 1 year only?
5 years, sir. Here 5 years we have given, no?
Yes.
1 by 5. What, sir?
Why it is 1 by 5 multiplied by 20, 22 like that?
Sir, we have to, according to the formula, we have to take the average investment. Okay, first year it is 90,000, 80,000, right? So since it is a different value, we have to take the average investment according to the formula, average income or average investment.
Okay.
Okay,
It
sir.
is the result is 35% for the whole 5 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So return from this project, if you invest in this project, you will get the 34% of return. For 100 rupees, you will get 34% as a return, sir.
Thank you.
So if the higher rate of return from the particular project means, you will choose the higher rate of return only. You have to compare. If you have two projects, you have to compare both project, which one is generating more accounting rate of return. You have to choose that one only. So here in this sum we have seen 5 investment they have given. So we have take the average for 5 years. We have added this 5 years investment and we have divided with the 5. But here they have given in this sum you can see 2 machines. So you have to you have 2 options whether you can choose E or F. Okay, cost of the each machine is 60,000, which means investment. Each machine has expected 5 years life. Okay, so 5 years life means 5 years it will generate the profit. Net profits before tax and after depreciation during the expected life of the machine given flow. Tax rate is 50%. If it is given, you can take that tax percentage. Otherwise, you have to assume that 50%. Okay. So they have given machine E. First year it is generating 15,000. Second year 20,000. Like that. F also we have some 5 years profit, but it is a profit before tax. We need in the sum only profit after tax. So here tax percentage is 50. So 50% tax we have to pay from this profit before tax, and the remaining 50% only you have to take it for the calculation. So if you do this calculation, machine E profit before tax they have given 15,000. 50% of 15,000 is 7,500. You can see in the sum here in the table machine E tax. Okay, profit after tax is, if you do, minus this 50%, you will get 7,500 for the machine E for the first year. For the second year, it will be 10,000. Third year, likewise, you have to deduct 50% of tax, and you have to remaining 50% you have to take as a profit after tax for the calculation. If you deduct this 50%, you will get the profit after tax 42,500 for the machine E and 45,000 for the machine F. So this is the average income in the formula. It is mentioning average income. This is the income, but average income you have to divide this value with the 5, because 5 years generating the profit. For machine E 42,000 divided by 5, machine F 45,000 divided by 5. Okay, then average investment. In this sum we have seen 5 investment they have given 5 years. If the only one investment is given, you have to take it as you have to divide the investment with the 2, the average investment. You have to find it out the average investment. 60,000 divided by 2, 30,000. You have to remember this one. If only one investment is given, you have to take this. You have to take the average initial investment divided by closing investment. Closing investment is 0, so it will be, you have to divide by the 2. So if you do this average income also, you have to find it out. 8,500 for machine E. For machine F, it is 9,000, and average investment is 30,000 for both the case. Okay, so average rate of return. What is the formula for average rate of return? Average rate of return is equal to average income. Average income is